a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Dealership service departments are so expensive and so hard to schedule. After I found the garage last year, I've been taking all of my cars to the garage for service. You can absolutely trust the integrity of the mechanics and the quality of the service. After all, I've been using the garage for years now. So for all of your auto needs, regardless of make or model, schedule your next service right next to my cars at the garage. Go online right now to thegarage.expert. That's thegarage.expert. And be sure to tell them Michael Brown sent you.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
It's a pinpoint weather alert day with snow through about mid-morning. Temperatures today hanging out in the 20s all day long. Sunshine comes back tomorrow. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Rose.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get an extra 60% off. Free UPS shipping and add code radio for an extra 5% off.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. This hour, the body of Jimmy Carter is headed from Atlanta to Washington, D.C. The nation's 39th president with an honor guard has been lying in repose at the Carter Center in Atlanta. Soon he will arrive in Washington, where he will lie in state in the Capitol Rotunda. The state funeral will be held on Thursday. 100-mile-an-hour wind gusts are a possibility in Southern California today, and in Texas, it's the cold. ABC's Jim Ryan in Dallas with more on continued strains on the state's electricity providers.
The cold snap has prompted the operator of the state's power grid to issue a weather watch from now through January 10th. The freeze is expected to boost demand, but the Electric Reliability Council of Texas says power should be plentiful this week. ERCOT expects very few weather-related outages.
Rules about the kinds of information you can post on Facebook and Threads are being loosened. Meta head Marc Zuckerberg in a post this morning says he wants the social networks to focus on free expression. This is ABC News. More jobs available across the country. The Labor Department now says openings rose unexpectedly in November to 8.1 million. That's down from a year ago, still higher, though, than pre-pandemic levels. McDonald's now undoing some of its policies around diversity, equity, and inclusion. Here's ABC's Rebecca Jarvis.
While the fast food giant says it will retire specific programs like deposit participation surveys from external groups and no longer setting representation targets, the company says it will continue with inclusion initiatives and that everyone is welcome under the Golden Arches. McDonald's also says that since 2021, it has reached gender pay equity at all levels of the company, and 25% of its total supplier spending goes to diverse-owned businesses.
President Biden today moving to protect 850,000 acres in California, adding those to existing national monuments will create a continuous 18 million acres of project land, the largest in the country. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets. With millions of YouTube views, shares, Instagram likes, followers, and fans across the globe. But what do all these amazing pets have in common? Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a shelter or adoptable pets near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard? Well, that's entirely up to you. Visit theshelterpetproject.org and hear more about Hamilton the Pug, Toast, and Keyboard Cat's amazing adoption stories. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Your perfect pet is just a click away at theshelterpetproject.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
President-elect Trump has talked about pardoning many of those charged with crimes for their actions related to the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol. Colorado Congressman Jason Crow spoke with Fox 31 about that possibility.
That would be just beyond the pale and a spit in the face of law enforcement everywhere. You know, those officers, again, who did so much, who sacrificed so much, who took so much of a literal beating that day.
Crow has reintroduced the Capitol Remembrance Act, which would install an exhibit in the Capitol honoring law enforcement agencies that protected the Capitol on January 6th. Denver property owners will soon be charged a yearly fee for sidewalk repairs. Denver plans to split the fee, adding $75 to each of the city's twice-yearly stormwater bills. Voters approved the fee in 2022, though it took a while to determine how to collect it. Most property owners will pay the basic rate, while those with larger properties will be charged more due to their impact on the sidewalk network. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Yeah, current accident working southbound 25 past Evans left lane with backups just past Colorado. A little glitch in there. We've got a rollover northbound 225. This is right at Parker. Backups there to Yosemite. Pretty solid on the northbound side. Southbound eased up a little bit. Of course, reduced speeds citywide just because of icy conditions. Partial snowpack in some areas. 270 is also jamming quite a bit. Both directions out of Commerce City through Vasquez. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, a mother reflects on her encounter with a baby eagle in Alaska. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Do you think all real estate brokers are created equally? Think again.
Different than many other teams, as a master certified negotiation expert, I personally negotiate your home sale when you list your home with me.
That's Frank Duran, realestateman.com.
I get your home sold faster. I put more money in your pocket, and I back you up with a true written performance guarantee.
Frank Duran, realestateman.com. 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
Give me the opportunity, and you'll be glad you did.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis here. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you.
At Fitness Gallery, we have deals everywhere, up to 50% off. We have the nation's lowest prices on the best equipment money can buy. We carry true treadmills. They are the smoothest, quietest, and best warranty treadmills ever built for the home. Work out on your schedule on the equipment you choose from the safety and comfort of your own home. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins. We have you covered.
You have our word, we'll treat you right. Get done right. Home Improvements. DRHI.com.
When he's not talking about it, he's tweeting about it.
Do you Twitter?
Follow the Troubleshooter at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW. It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Tuesday for the ACLU suing a Colorado school district for removing some books from school libraries so young kids could not see them. What kind of books should be removed from those school libraries? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help with common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take your complaints. My goal, and our goal, is to make your life a little bit better. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. I want to hear from you. That is what this show's about. I love sinking my teeth into the bad guys. Maybe a bad contractor, maybe a bad landlord, a bad doctor. You name it, I want to help you. And on top of that, we got a list of experts at referrallist.com that are better than anybody out there. I'll just say it. In fact, if you're looking for a vendor, if you're looking for an attorney to use, if you're looking for anything along those lines, you go to referrallist.com. I'll simply say that. I'm also going to add the worst of the worst. You know where that is? Where is that, Suzanne? Where do we list the worst of the worst?
Sleepergate.com.
By the way, Don Eiley. Does anybody remember Don Eiley? Don Eiley screwed over not only some of our people, meaning people on referral list, and people around the state of Colorado, small businesses. He was an accountant that would file bogus tax returns And basically, the business got held. The business got left held back. That was the bottom line. He would basically tell the feds that a small business had 0 employees, but he would take the payroll proceeds each month out of that business's bank account and tell them that they paid the feds. After 5 or 10 years, the feds figured out what was going on. They came after him, and they went after the businesses. He got 12 and a half years in the federal pen. Why am I talking about him? You know what I heard? I got an email from somebody.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
He's dead. Apparently he died. He met his maker somewhere in prison, of course. He's only been in 4 or 5 years. I don't know if he was murdered. I don't know if he hung himself. But quite honestly, I don't care.
He ruined a lot of lives, Mark. Marriages, divorces, suicides is terrible.
We had one guy own a business, ended up blowing his head off after Don Eiley destroyed the entire business. So quite frankly, I'm glad he's 6 feet in the ground.
Good riddance.
We tried to look up what happened, but when you're in a federal prison and you die, it's not exactly easy to find information. So I don't know what else to say. But if anybody out there does know how he died, I'd love to hear it. I would love to hear how that man died. He screwed so many people. He caused deaths, and he destroyed families. So that's it. And there's still $10 million missing. I don't know who has it. No idea. But
the folks he took money from, they still were left holding the bag, paying that money.
Before he went to court. No, they're still paying till this day.
Yeah, it's sad.
I went down there, in fact, on our Facebook page. I went down to his office. This is way pre-COVID. And he was the only one in this office. It was like half a floor of a big building. It had to be 5,000 square feet. 20, 30, 40 offices, big conference room, big reception area, the whole bit. I walked in there, not one person in there, and I'm Facebook Live at the time. One guy walks out of one office in the entire thing. It was Don Eiley. And I confronted him. He had nothing to say, of course, and basically at some point told me I had to get out. I was trespassing. But anyhow, that's what we do here. I love going after the bad guys. I'll always let you know when lines are open. Right now we have 2 open, 303-713-8255. In the studio with me, my beautiful wife, Suzanne, Deputy Dollar, counting background. We have Deputy Dimitri. He's our trash man. What do you think of that, Deputy?
Yeah, I really like that.
You like that? He's in the recycling business. He makes problems disappear.
You like that?
You like that? Yeah, okay. And then, of course, we have Kelly on the other side of the glass, and Shannon running the board. We'd love to hear from you, 303-713-8255. Before I go to Clayton, he's got a problem with the roofing contractor. Clayton, you'll be first, and then Ray has got a question on wills and probate. We might get one of our attorneys on at referrallist.com. But Dr. Joel Cherdak is in with me. He's the owner of DenverRegen.com. What's going on, Doc?
Hey, Mark. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. We're going to dive into something I'm doing through you guys. I'm not going to do it right now, but it's very exciting. I can't wait to talk about it. And I also want to dive into a study with you that I was reading yesterday. I think it came out over the weekend, and it's basically saying if you drink any amount of alcohol at all, your risk of getting cancer is high. That is how I have read it on CBS, NBC, ABC, CNN. Fox had a little different take on it, and then some other articles, but I assume you know what I'm talking about on this study?
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with it.
I can't wait to dig into that because there's a lot of people out there going, so you tell me I have a glass of wine at dinner on Friday, I'm going to die of cancer? I really do want to get into that. But before we dive into that, hey, what's going on, Clayton? Clayton, you're up, sir.
Hi.
Hey.
Yes, I do have a problem with a roofing company. They came in, did my roof, but didn't do a good job. When I try to ask them to redo it, all you want to do is argue with me.
Hey, Clayton, let's start with some basics. When was the roof done? Just roughly.
In July.
So in July, you hired these roofers like after a hailstorm, or was it a cash deal? Why were they there?
After a hailstorm.
Okay, so you had hail damage. You contacted your insurance or a roofer. It got approved. The roofer comes out. They do the roof. Now, when you said you didn't like what was not done or how it was done, get a little more specific for me. Like when they were finished or thought they were finished, what was wrong with it?
It looked like it was an old job done.
What does that mean?
One of the employees, he told me that the shingles was old, but he said so that he don't get in trouble. He said if I bring that up to his boss, he would not.
Wait a second.
Agreed.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So tell me if I've got this right. One of the subcontractors, or I assume is a sub, someone that was working on your roof, said that the shingles were old. When you say old, do you mean they were still new, but they were old, or are you saying they were using like used shingles?
He didn't say specific. Only thing what he did is he came and replaced a couple of, 5 shingles. And he said that those shingles was not too good.
Oh, wait a second. I'm sorry. I thought the entire claim would cover the whole roof. Was it just a small section of the roof?
No, it covered the whole roof. They did the whole roof.
So wait a minute. Then what do you mean by he put a few on there that looked old? I don't get that.
So what he did was when I told him that the shingle wasn't right, Clayton, I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but I really got to understand. So when you looked up when the roof was done and you're telling me it's not right, what do you mean by that? It was the wrong color? They looked old? When you said they're not right, what did you mean? It was the right color, but what had happened is it looked like the tip of it was like it looked like the shingle was been there for a long time. I mean, it was like the lip of it was kind of like up, and he said that's the way the shingle's supposed to look. It's supposed to give it the old look instead of a new.
That's really what he said. It's supposed to give an old look instead of a new look.
That's exactly what he told me.
What was this company called? Who was it?
Robin Hood Roofing.
Robin, in what area are you in?
I'm in Denver, the Mount Bello area.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me get you on hold. I got to take this break. I'm going to come back to you right after this. Ray, hold on. 2 lines open, 303-713-8255. And Kelly, I would like you to get Jay Bretz on or Henry Bretz. I would appreciate that. Everybody hold tight. We're going to get to the bottom of this. I mean, I've never heard of this. You've had some roofing experience, Dr. Joel. You know, in your past. I mean, have you ever heard of anything like that? It's supposed to look old. That's what we're selling you is a shingle that's meant to look old.
That seems ridiculous.
I've never heard anything like it. Hold on.
It's supposed to look used.
Tech scams, identity thieves, data leaks. Hearing about these online threats every day can be stressful, but don't worry. McAfee Total Protection is here to help you live a worry-free life online. What does worry-free mean? Well, it means you won't have to wonder if that text message is a scam, if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Vestera, we've been talking about them a lot. VesteraTurnkey.com is a website. If you want to invest in property around the country, these are the guys to call. What they do is find hot little pockets where the economy is booming. Then they find the right property to buy in your name. You own it. You get the deed. Then they rent it out. They find a management company to make it easy. And then when you want to sell it and put all the proceeds in your pocket, you sell it. Call for more details, but check them out at VesteraTurnkey.com. VesteraTurnkey.com. K&H, you realize K&H Home has been around. You ready for this? For 65 years. These guys are unbelievable. Maybe you want siding done. Maybe you want new windows. Maybe you want new doors. I say this all the time. We have great companies. One of those is K&H. We've been advertising them forever. If you've been thinking of windows, you've been thinking of the doors, siding, anything, I want you to call them. Simple as that. Get a bid from them. You're going to love the staff. You're going to love the people. You're going to love the pricing. You're going to love everything. You're going to love what your house looks like when they're done. Check them out at khwindows.com.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and it can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Is Shannon in there?
No.
Oh. YouTube, if you can't hear me, let Suzanne know. I don't have YouTube up. I don't know if the audio's up or not.
The audio went blank.
What does that mean?
I don't hear anything. Oh, there it is. Okay, maybe they can hear us now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, God, bless America.
Who looked up Robin Hood Roofing?
I did.
And they had good, is it robinhoodroofing.com?
Robin Hood Roofs.
We can't hear you just fine. I hear you, Mark. Okay, M-A-H, you misspoke. Or mistyped.
RobinhoodRoofs.com?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. That's something else in there. About us.
30 years in business.
They're supposed to look old. I don't think I've ever heard anything like that in my life.
They're supposed to look antique.
Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. Hi, I'm Todd Cicchini. You know, my dad started making that pledge on the radio when I was no more than 12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we'd like to be treated.
And this is Dan Cicchini. Todd's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price. You want good service and timeliness of completion. You want honesty. You want to feel comfortable. And you simply want to be treated well. That's what I'd want too.
And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective.
You bet, Todd. So, folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen and bath, or the warmth and quiet of replacement windows, call us. If you have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370,
I didn't read
or
that.
drhi.com.
That's the overwhelming news from yesterday. Imagine how many people are going to quit from Facebook now.
That's incredible. The one that looks like they're messing
This
up
is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, a mother reflects on her encounter with a baby eagle in Alaska. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Instead of just, he had to get vocal about it instead of just not doing anything. That's the part I don't understand. Man, there is a lot going on in the news, by the way. We're going to dig into some of it, but right now, we're trying to get one of our roofing companies on, but I don't care what anybody says. Kelly, did you try to reach out to those guys? Okay, we should hear back. The other one, let's try down in Colorado Springs. Who are our friends down there, Suzanne?
Petrali Roofing.
Petrali, but what's his name? I like him.
Michael O'Malley.
Yeah, see if we can get O'Malley on. He's a great roofer down in the Springs. Really good people. But here's the deal. If you're just joining us, Clayton hired Robin Hood Roofing. These guys came out, did the roof. He looks up at it, and the roof just simply doesn't look good to you, right, Clayton?
Right, that's correct.
And the guy says, he's saying
I want to mention that they tore the siding off of the house and just replaced it with some 2x4s and call it good.
Well, so right now, if you sent me a picture, I mean, the side of your house is a 2x4?
That's hard to believe.
If you would come and see it, you'll see it. I was like, why didn't you just put a regular siding? But he just put a 2x4 on the side in 2 areas, and then didn't even paint it.
This doesn't. Wait a minute. Clayton, sometimes I get calls where I just start scratching my head. First of all, you're telling me this roofing company, Robin Hood Roofing, they came out, they did the roof, you look up on it, and some of the shingles, for lack of a better word, look old. They're curling up, they look like they've been sitting in the sun forever. They just look old. So you ask them about it, and the person there, on their behalf, Robin Hood Roofing employees or subcontractors, whatever it is, tells you those shingles are meant to look old, right?
Right. Actually, the manager told me that.
So then wait a minute, then after the manager tells you these shingles are made to look old, and these are just asphalt shingles like most roofs, right?
Yes.
So after you bring that up, not only does he tell you that, but then you point out where some siding was on your house. Is this a house or is this like a barn?
No, it's a house.
So on the siding, they removed the siding when they were doing the roof or doing some other work, and they replaced it with just wood that they didn't even paint.
Correct.
This is crazy. Does anybody in this room believe this? I mean, I'm not calling you a liar by any means, Clayton. I just can't believe what clowns these people are. In fact, before I go any further with these guys and let everybody know what Robin Hood Roofing possibly has done, Kelly, let's try to reach out to these guys and give them an opportunity. So here's what I would like. Real quick, Clayton, I'm going to put you on hold, take another call. You're going to give Kelly the information you have. If you have the sales guy's name, the phone number, the manager, the owner, give the best information. And if you have a couple phone numbers, that would be great. Kelly's going to try to get them to come on the air because I would love to hear what they have to say about it. It's going to be one of two things. Number one, they're total clowns. And they actually did all this, and they don't have much money, and they're upside down. Option number two would be Clayton stretching it. He really believes the roof doesn't look good, and he wants it redone, and they're saying it is fine. I do want to ask him one thing. Hey, Clayton, did it pass inspection?
We never seen the inspection paper.
You've never seen it at all? Do you know if they pulled a permit? Did you see a permit on your house?
They never did a permit either.
So there was never a permit anywhere on your house, like on the garage door or posted anywhere?
Nope, nothing.
How much did the insurance company pay these guys?
18,000.
18,000. Hold on. This is crazy. You know, I've been wanting something to go after. This is driving me nuts. Kelly, I'm going to leave them on hold. Please, like right now, try to figure out, get one of them on. Let's see if these guys come on. This Robin Hood. I mean, this is absolutely insane. Hey, Ray, what's going on with you? It looks like you got a question on a will.
Yeah, I just need to know what kind of advice, what to follow. My mom died a couple weeks ago. She had a will, complete will, whatever thing she wanted done. She has no real estate. It's just a little bit of cash. It's around $100,000. So I guess it's the amount has to go through probate before it's dispersed.
So in the will, everything's left to you. I'm asking you that, or do you have siblings?
No,
how does that look?
It's divided among the siblings.
And how many are there?
There's 5.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to get out of probate.
Yeah.
And on the bank account itself, no one was listed after her if she met her demise like she did?
No, it's the bank. Most of her money's in Nebraska, but she lived in Colorado, but she moved from Nebraska and just left her money there. So but it's just in her name.
It's just in her name, 100%.
Yeah.
I wonder why she didn't list a beneficiary. I want to get, I don't think really there's much to do. You got to go into probate. Who's in charge of the will? Who did she list?
My brother, then my sister's next in line if he doesn't do it.
Well, and are they simply not doing it? Why are you making the call today? And I'm going to get Brad O'Brien on, or I'm going to get Mackenzie on to talk about it.
my brother's kind of overwhelmed. He don't know what to do. He said he just wants to give it to the lawyer and handle it. I said, well, if you do that, the money's going to be gone. It's not, you know.
Well, I don't know about that necessarily. I'm not exactly sure how much that would cost, but what I would like to do is we'll get Dan McKenzie on. Hold on, I'm going to get one of our experts on. We're going to get Dan McKenzie and ask him. Not only that, we're going to kind of ask him how much to go through probate with an attorney, and what are the other options? Let's hear that from him. Is there something your brother can do, or is there something your sister can do, or you can do that would cost a little or next to nothing? But let's figure out those answers. I'm sure there is a way for people to do it themselves. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Whether or not you guys are capable of that, maybe you'll decide after we talk to Dan McKenzie. Now, Dr. Joel in studio. We got two lines open, 303-713-8255. We're waiting on Kelly to talk to that roofing company. So, Dr. Joel, I want to tell you something. I don't mind talking about this on air. I talked to Suzanne about it, and I don't mind at all. I started trizepatide. How do you put it?
Tirzepatide.
Tirzepatide. T-E-R.
T-I-R.
T-I-R. Tirzepatide. That's going to kill me Why do they name medications so ridiculous? If you look at cars, most cars are named very simple. Like, take Tesla, Model S, Model X. But medications, they have like 14 syllables, and no one knows. They're all made up, right? I mean, that's made up. It's a made up
the name
word.
is made up, yes.
Yeah, it's crazy. Anyhow, I digress. Here's the bottom line. I went on it. I started it last Wednesday. And what it is, and I'll have you explain it. In fact, you explain what it is first.
Well, what it's called is a GLP-1. A lot of people have probably heard that term, GLP-1 medication, which stands for glucagon-like protein. And all that is, glucagon protein is a protein your body makes when you have enough food, when you feel hungry.
So the best way that I can describe it, now that I'm on it, everybody out there has sat down and had more than they can chew. They've had a big Thanksgiving dinner. They ate too many slices of pizza. They ate the pizza, then followed it up with a bag of Doritos, whatever it is. You're too freaking full. And your stomach tells your brain, you can't get another bite in. I mean, literally, you feel so full, it's crazy. It's like after Thanksgiving dinner. What I have noticed about this, and I am amazed, not even a week in. Tomorrow will be a week. I've only had one shot last Wednesday morning. I don't feel hungry. I almost wonder if there's some form of a placebo effect happening to me, but I simply don't feel hungry. Now, I have intermittently fasted along with my wife for many years. There's been years we have only eaten once a day. Now, I haven't done that for a while, but generally we never eat in the mornings. We just don't. We'll end up, if we're on a trip or something, we will, but generally we don't. And I weighed starting at 225, okay? I am down under 215 now. I'm down 12 pounds in 6 days, but I'll tell you why. There's no magic about it. I'm not hungry. I have eaten I think the first day I ate normally. I didn't do anything. The second day I had 6 chicken wings. The next day I might have had a hamburger patty. Whatever it is, but I've been eating next to nothing, and I don't feel hungry at all. I seem to still have the energy level. I was terrified I wouldn't have the energy level to do yoga and stuff, but the fact that I've dropped almost 12 pounds in 6 days is unbelievable. I can't imagine those are the kind of results most people have. And I'm on the lowest dose there is, right? 5 units, you call it?
Well, you're on our standard starter dose. So
that's the standard. Mm-hmm. It's crazy. What do you make of that? I mean, have you heard that kind of outcome before?
We have, actually. You know, everybody responds a little bit differently, but generally speaking, people lose weight pretty quickly. Sometimes it's remarkable. Sometimes it's a couple weeks. I mean, with you, it's a week. It's amazing. But we've seen it's not unheard of.
It's crazy. I can't even explain it to my wife. I can't even explain it to her. It's like, I don't feel hungry. You know, generally you get hungry and you start thinking of food. Those thoughts are literally wiped out. I mean, I just don't feel hungry anymore. I can't believe it. But I want them in side effects. I really haven't had any side
You're
effects.
almost forcing yourself to eat, Mark. I mean, really, you have. That's what I've noticed.
I literally had last night. We got home. We did yoga after the show, between 3 and 4. We get home. I hadn't eaten all day. And I literally forced myself to eat maybe a quarter pound of some kind of chicken. That's what I ate, and then a handful of pistachios. And when I was done with the pistachios, I was like, I overdid it. I can't believe it. I overdid it. I ate, like, calorie-wise, we're talking like 300-400 calories. There's got to be a downside to this. We'll talk about that. Dan McKenzie's coming up right after this break. So, Ray, we're going to answer your question. For Dan, his mother passed away, $100,000 in cash, no real estate, so a small affidavit's not going to work, a small state affidavit. But for him to get the $100,000, he's going to have to go to probate, Dan. I would assume that. But can he do it on his own? And if not, Dan, what would that generally run? Everybody hold tight, a lot cooking.
Suze, is the address here 4695?
Fuller and become the banker. Let me tell you about Joe and Jordan Keanu. These guys are great. They run mymoneymyway.com. They have an annuity product that you have to call about and talk about. I know these things are advertised everywhere. The particular one they do, it has a great bonus at the beginning that grows forever. You can turn the income stream on whenever you want, and you're guaranteed a certain amount of money to the day you die. And you can have some growth with that money. Please give these guys a call. If you want that guaranteed money as you're retiring, you go to mymoneymyway.com, have a talk with them. They'll tell you everything. They can help you roll over a 401k. They can do it all. But I'm telling you, make the phone call. There's a reason people are talking about annuities all the time now. They're safe and they're guaranteed if you're in the right one. mymoneymyway.com. John Fuller, Fuller Law. As you know, Suzanne and I have used John numerous times. You want the best personal injury attorney, you call John Fuller. John has helped us out in both times, in both cases, got us the best results possible, which was every nickel from the person that hit us that their insurance would pay out. Every single nickel. Policy limits is what he got us. Check him out. And please write this phone number down right now and put it in your phone so you have it if someone hits you. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. John Fuller, Fuller Law.
Somebody on YouTube said that his weight it's all water weight right now. Is that the case, or?
That's a lot of weight to lose in such a short period of time.
It's massive.
Sounds like it.
I don't think you're going to see that
continue
same amount in the next week.
We'll see. When I go zero carbs and no alcohol for a month, what's my average? 25 pounds?
I don't know. I'll tell you what's interesting.
So that's not unheard of for you.
Not to embarrass Mark, but I mean, his snoring is almost completely gone after a week.
That's weight.
Making my life better. What's that?
No, I'm saying that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because you just have less tissue because it's retracted because you have less weight. So that makes sense.
Well, whether it's water weight or not, I don't know, but I can tell you this. When I do zero carbs, what happens is I end up eating almost nothing on zero carbs because you get so burned out on protein.
Right, I bet.
So I'll look at a piece of broccoli, and when I say zero, it drives her crazy. I do zero. I will, when I do it, I have none. I'll drink black coffee, iced tea, water, and eat meat and cheese. That's it.
I do the same thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'll drop 30 pounds, 25 to at least 25, somewhere between 25 and 30 in 1 month. And I've done that numerous times.
So you should get, at least the same results with
endless echo.
Easily, but I'm not giving up carbs, but I don't eat, I generally don't eat bread and stuff. But listen, man, here's the bottom line. Coming off of November, December, I put on 20 pounds, man.
Yeah. I think you're probably not alone.
No, I think a lot of people did. What I'm hoping is this is a great kickstart. And when I do the no carbs, I'm hungry all the time. Mm-hmm. So the big difference is there's no hunger now.
Are you hearing an echo?
No,
I'm not hearing an echo.
I don't hear an echo.
Cabby, it might be a personal problem. Sorry, man.
But you know, Mark, like 30% is what we're seeing with people.
That's amazing.
Of body weight loss.
Is it the heavier the better usually, or the lower the better? In other words, someone 500 pounds losing 30% is crazy.
Yeah, but it happens really quick. Like, you know, what you're describing as well. You know, that weight comes off with heavier people a lot faster.
I'm shocked.
It's that getting to the goal, people plateau. Everyone plateaus at a certain point. Getting past that plateau, if that's your goal, that's what slows.
In the past,
so it gets to a point where you're...
In the past, my plateau's 190.
Okay. So, you know, that should be...
Yeah, and I should be around I would guess. I mean, in a perfect world, I'm 165, I would assume. Maybe 170 for my height. But, I mean, you know, I don't see that perfect world coming. I don't think I'd want to be that fit.
Well, no, and then you just take it, you know, you either go off of it or you just take it down to a certain level that just maintains.
Well, what I'm hoping, and I want to talk about this on air, but what I'm hoping is this gets me to where I want to be, and then you get off of it, then you maintain. I'm hoping this kind of teaches me the eating habit. I mean, really, that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Because literally during November, December, the problem is I'm just eating shit all the time. I won't sugarcoat it. I'm eating the crap she makes for the neighbors. I'm eating cookies, candies. We're going to different parties that's got everything you can imagine.
That's really hard.
You can go to Vegas and don't eat at a 5-star restaurant. I mean, it's impossible. But when you're not hungry, all of a sudden it is possible. That's the difference. When you literally feel full,
right?
That's
nuts. Why I was trying to promote for people to do it before the holidays.
Yeah.
But the concept...
That's actually a good idea.
That concept is too far out there, man.
Yeah.
Because there's too many people coming over. It doesn't resonate with me. All right, 303-713-8255. By the way, this hour brought to you by Frank Duran, the real estate man. You know, Frank made us a fortune selling our house in Castle Rock. He actually listed it lower than the same models in the neighborhood by quite a bit. I thought he was nuts. If he's listening, sorry, Frank, but I thought you were crazy. But ultimately what happened, he created a bidding frenzy. And all said and done, ours sold for more than any of the other ones. I couldn't have been more happy. He was great. And then he helped us get our house and negotiate a great price on our house in Franktown. FrankDuranHomes.com. Check him out, FrankDuranHomes.com. Now, I want to go to a referral list member and a really, really great attorney when it comes to wills, probate, anything like that. Trust, he can do everything. But Dan McKenzie, coplans.co, by the way. But Dan, first of all, Happy New Year. How are you doing, man?
Very good. Very good.
So we've got a question. I want to bring Ray up, but Ray had a pretty basic question. His mom passed away, I think, a couple weeks ago. Is that correct, Ray?
Yes, sir.
All she had was cash in the bank, and for whatever reason, there was no beneficiary. But I want to ask you about that after the fact, Dan. But what does he have to? First of all, he does have to go through probate. Is that correct?
Yeah, she's got more than $82,000, and I'm sure she has some personal property too. But just that cash in the bank is more than $82,000. So yes.
So there it is. And then if it's real estate, just for other people listening, my understanding is it doesn't matter if the piece of property or the parcel is only worth $15,000. It pretty much, if it's not in a trust or something like that, it pretty much has to go through probate as well.
Correct.
Okay. Now, his main question is, the person in charge of the will, is that your brother or sister, Ray?
Brother.
Has no idea what they're doing. He has too many things on his mind. He's not doing anything, and he doesn't know what to do. So, kind of pick it up from there. I guess really the question is there something Ray can do? He's afraid if they hire an attorney, it's going to wipe out all the money. Just give me your thoughts, Dan.
I mean, that would be a lot of money to wipe out. I think, unfortunately, there is only one probate process, whether we're dealing with 10 million or 100,000. So you still got to run the creditor notifications. You still got to do, a couple things and inventory and stuff like that. But it probably would be relatively straightforward. So, you're probably looking in the 5,000 to 10,000 range to do a probate typically that is uncontested and relatively straightforward, honestly, with attorney fees. So that might be too much. I understand. You can go out there. The courts actually do have a lot of self-help resources for people who are trying to do probates. Your brother, even if he is nominated in the will, can renounce that position. He does not have to do it. If he understands he doesn't have time to do it, that's great. But if you go out there and just Google the term Colorado Probate JDF instructions, you'll probably pull up this form that the courts have put out explaining what you need to do to get the probate going and which forms you need to file.
Can his brother elect anybody he wants, or can the other people listed in the will say, no, we don't want that person?
So it depends on so there's a priority in the Colorado statutes for who gets to be appointed if multiple people apply at the same time. And if obviously they're all brothers and sisters, they're going to have the same level of priority. Okay. So if they cannot agree with each other on who should do it, then there's going to be a court hearing and the court will need to decide which one to appoint. If they can agree, they can all the ones who don't want to do it, just file those renunciations that I just mentioned and make it clear to the court, we don't need to have a court hearing. We all agree it should be this person, and then the court will appoint that person.
And what was that again? JDF what?
Colorado Probate Instructions. Put some combination of Colorado Probate Instructions, JDF.
Got it. And that'll be the actual document on it.
Yeah, and then it's there's a bunch of JDF forms that you have to fill out. Yep.
And then how much do you think roughly, and I hate putting you on the spot with pricing, but honestly, if no one was contesting everything and it was as straightforward, I realize you got to list everything in the paper to make sure, different creditors don't come forward. I mean, if everything went smooth, how many hours of work is that? How many dollars generally? And I realize every attorney's a little different, but give us a generalized, because if we're talking 5 or 10 grand, it could be very well worth it. But if we're talking 50 grand, that'd be insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you've made the point there that, you never know if somebody's going to show up and contest something. It sounds like there is a will and no one's, there's one account and it probably gets split equally between the siblings. You're right in the ballpark there. Probably $5,000 to $10,000, depending on how they charge, without any contest.
So Ray, what do you, just listening to Dan and what he said so far, there's a couple options here. One, if your brother doesn't want to do it, he can basically step down and say, he can say Ray can do it, but you're going to have to go through the court. We've told you what to Google, and you can fill out that paperwork and file it, and that's probably not that big of a deal. But then you could go in there and figure out how to do this all yourself. But, man, that sounds crazy. Whereas you could hire an attorney, and if you guys aren't fighting, and by the way, is there any infighting, or everybody just wants to do what was in the will and get it done?
No, there's no fighting. She laid everything out, what she wanted done.
And everybody respects it.
Yeah.
So there's a couple ways, man. One, I call Dan McKenzie. To be honest, that's what I would do. I wouldn't even think twice about it. He's talking, if everything's good, smooth sailing, you're looking at $5,000, possibly, 10 grand, but somewhere around there. And it's done. It's over. The money will be in everybody's bank account. And more importantly, it'll be done right. You'll make sure you guys split that money up or you don't do something right. And Dan, tell me if I'm wrong. In 6 months from now, some creditor, and the notice wasn't properly done, that can come back and bite someone in the ass.
Yeah, that's the big risk that people overlook when the family's getting along. They're just thinking about the family, but the probate process is about paying anybody who thinks your mother owed them money as well. And, there could be a medical bill out there from you just don't know. And it's if you distribute the money prematurely, Mark's point is exactly right. They can come back and now you've got personal liability because you didn't do it correctly.
Yeah. So Ray, it's worth, I know people don't like hearing this. You're talking $5,000 or 10% of the inheritance in this case, but it's well worth it, man, because the last thing you want is someone coming after your assets because you didn't do something right. It's just crazy, man. So, Ray, I'm going to give you Dan's number. You ready? It's so easy, it's crazy. 833-CO plans. 833-CO plans. What I would do is talk to your brother, talk to your other siblings, and basically say, hey, listen, I got some advice today. I called up the Troubleshooter Show. I talked to one of their attorneys on referralist.com, Dan McKenzie, and here's the bottom line. Here's the information I got, and tell them I think this is the best way to do it because, A, it's going to get done, and we're not going to risk people coming after us later on.
Okay, I appreciate that.
You got it, man. I appreciate your call. Hey, Dan, I appreciate you coming on as always, man. Have a good New Year's. Anybody out there? I mean, you do everything. Simple. I say a simple trust. I would assume there's something. You know what? There are what I would refer to as a simple trust because I know there's very complicated trust. So you can do either or. You can also do a simple will. You could do it all. I mean, that's the bottom line, right?
Yeah, we do. We don't put everyone in the same plan. We don't put everyone in trust, frankly. So, yes, there are simple plans. That does happen sometimes. Yeah.
I absolutely love it, and people can call you up, and you'll do, generally speaking, they'll tell you what's going on, what they want done, and you're going to tell them how much. In other words, flat rate pricing. They're not going to be surprised at the end.
Right.
I love it. Thank you, Dan. And you can find Dan McKenzie at referralist.com. Now we're still trying to get one of our roofers on. That's driving me nuts. 303-713-8255. We've got a couple lines open. You've been ripped off, taken advantage of. And then Kelly, before I go to break real quick, did you get in touch with this Robin Hood roofing? Anything? Oh, wait. Don't tell me now. Tell me after this. ZeroResDenver.com. These guys are carpet cleaners that do it a different way. They use empowered water to come in. They don't use soaps, emulsifiers. You're not going to have that strange, yucky residue when they're done with the carpet. And most importantly, listen to this part. Your carpets are going to be clean. There's a lot of times we've had our carpets cleaned over the years. When the people leave 3 days later, some of those same spots come back. That absolutely drives me crazy. These guys clean it right the first time. And they do it to the fact and they dry it so well, you're not walking around on that damp carpet for, hours, if not days. We've all been that too. They get all that water and dirt out of that carpet. They get it out of the padding so it doesn't wick back up through. They're just great guys. Check them out at ZeroResDenver.com. And right now, listen to this, $33 a room for the first 3 rooms. $33. That's $100 for the first 3 rooms or areas. They don't necessarily have to be a room. $33. Call for details. They're great people. ZeroResDenver.com. Now let's talk about retirement. Retirement planning is more than just knowing what investment to have. Retirement planning comes down to lots of different things. It comes down to, of course, the income, the money you need each month to live the life you want in retirement. It comes down to different kinds of investments. Maybe everything right now is in the stock market. You might look into an annuity. You might look into other products so you diversify, but you're always guaranteed that cash flow. And then, of course, taxes, health care. And then how about your legacy? Maybe you got a business you want to leave to one of your kids. How do you do that? The guys at Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies, that's what they specialize in. In fact, it's a family approach. You're going to love these people. Everybody's an individual. Everybody's different. You're going to love talking to them. Make the call now. rpcenter.com. rpcenter.com. What other roofer can we call?
I was trying to think. What, Valerio? What? He may not want to come on.
No, I don't want him on for roofing.
Okay.
Well, they're certainly not out working.
I'll text Michael O'Malley. I'll text him.
Okay.
See if he's available. O'Malley. Hey, Happy New Year.
He's on. He's on. O'Malley. She got O'Malley on.
What?
O'Malley's on.
Oh, he is on. Okay.
Oh.
I think it drives some people crazy. It's my signature.
What's that?
I'm a typer talker.
Oh.
I talk and type at the same time. Do you do that, Dimitri?
No, I'm incapable of conducting both of those.
Oh, and if I'm like this and not talking at all, that means I'm really pissed.
Oh, Susan, I have a theory about this recurring echo complaint. If that phone's microphone is activated...
At the beginning it was, so I turned it off, and then the echo went off. Yeah, so that's exactly what it was.
Today?
Yeah,
I thought we hit that off already.
It was on, so I had to turn it off again.
So we can't blame Tom for echoes anymore.
We cannot blame Tommy.
Well, when he's at home, we have zero control over that stuff.
It's complicated.
I'm not kidding.
I know. But he doesn't have... his cameras don't have microphones. They do.
Yeah, I think he mutes all those.
But when the power goes
He's got it pretty close.
When the power goes out, those cameras reset to default.
Probably.
And that may activate the microphones. I'll mention it to him, when we return to work over there. How's he doing? Is he just taking some extra time off?
Yeah.
Chilling like a villain.
Taking some time.
I assumed he was super busy with Wave 8. That's why he was going. I heard that's going really well for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot of work putting that together, man.
Yeah,
it's been years.
I think he's got well over $100,000 in administrative costs.
I'm
Getting
sure.
licensed. Holy cow. That's super expensive.
But the government regulations on everything
Brought my
are
hat
just
too. What is that?
insane.
Oh, it's in the
Oh.
I brought my winter hat. Some days it's cold.
I brought my winter hat. Yeah, Mark turned the heat down, and you can feel it.
I'm okay
The
with
windows.
that. Makes you burn more calories. You're freezing.
God, it was hot as hell in here.
Yeah, you get warm.
Brown
Michael
had it
always
up to like plus
I can layer
5.
up.
Turns it up.
Did you see what
You
Trump's
have the
going to
10
rename
cents
the Gulf of
board.
Mexico? The Gulf of America.
Shit, that's awesome.
He said that today.
Oh, that's brilliant.
I love it, man. I love that stuff. I absolutely, it just drives people crazy.
And it's Michael. I think he goes by Michael, not Mike. Michael O'Malley. Expert.
What a great deal, though. Gulf of America.
It's just awesome.
I think he just throws his stuff out there to see what'll stick.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I mean,
He needs to crank it up a little bit.
he will. Give him another couple weeks.
Probably. Goodbye, Gulf of Mexico. Trump says he's renaming it Gulf of America. Oh, man, we finally got a roofing expert on, but, it's no longer going to be the Gulf of Mexico. Did you guys know that? I was just reading Trump's newest.
Sounds like you're getting a kick out of it.
I love it. I know there's people out there pulling their hair out going, he can't do that. I don't know why he can't, but they're going to rename the Gulf of Mexico. Ready for this? The Gulf of Trump. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Gulf of America. I love it. He really said that today. We're going to buy Greenland, right? Aren't we trying to purchase Greenland?
Yeah, his son is over there, and I assume he brought his checkbook.
I assume so, and I doubt Greenland costs that much these days. I don't know. What'd we buy Alaska for? It was crazy. We bought it from Russia for, almost nothing. Now, granted, back then, it was nothing. You couldn't drill. Back then, you had no idea the value, is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah. The oil wasn't nearly as valuable back then. But
No.
we also got a really good deal on Manhattan, if I remember.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure Russia's spanking themselves over that one. Hey, Michael O'Malley, he is on a referral list at referrallist.com. He's one of the owners of Petrali Roofing. First of all, Happy New Year. Yes, yes, yes. I don't quite yet. So, Michael O'Malley, first of all, have you ever heard of Robin Hood Roofing?
I haven't.
Okay, so they told this guy, listen to this. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Here's the problem. I'm going to run out of time because I'm a blabbermouth. Yeah. But here's the deal. We've already talked to him. We're going to go to Kelly and figure out what they had to say. But according to Clayton, the caller, here's what they told him. They came out, they did the roof, $18,000. It was a hail claim, and he looked at it when it was done. Some of the shingles were kind of curved up. It looked old. It looked like the shingles had either been sitting in the sun or sitting in a warehouse forever. It looked like crap. The shingles themselves. Yeah. On the siding that they were supposed to repair, all they did was take the siding off, put up some 2x4s, and didn't even paint it. But the shingles is why I have you up. Hold on a second, all right, Michael? I am so sorry we had you up, but we're going to go back to that. It's crazy.
This is a good way to end it.
I didn't realize I was up against that clock.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
You and Tommy are a lot alike like that. Always running out of time.
Well, at least I don't.
It's okay.
And if he's listening,
your signature
at least I don't
moves.
go right up to the music.
Yeah. What did you do then?
He does that.
I know. We'll come back and we go, oh, we're going to break. Yeah, it is kind of funny. You start talking faster when the music plays.
If I was doing the show, I'd run out of things to say in the first 60 seconds. I cannot talk that much.
John did.
How do you talk to your sister for 2 hours?
I could talk about those things on the radio.
They would be fascinating. Her sister is fascinating. That's a good word for her. Fascinating. What were you saying, Scott?
John Fuller
did a pretty good job of managing the breaks. I think he was just like more in tune with them.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want to mess up.
Yeah.
But,
you mean
I
when
heard
to
he
go
did
to
a lot
break.
of teases, and he'd say, I'll be back with Kim,
Right.
and then he'd come back with Kim. Like I heard he's really good like that.
Yeah.
So, John's a great guy.
He was on his best behavior.
He's funny, too, isn't
Yeah,
he?
he is.
He's witty.
He loves guns, man. He told me he taught guns for a little bit.
Which, Jeff Vick?
Was it?
I don't know. You tell me. Was he talking guns with Jeff
I don't
Vick?
remember. He just said we taught guns for quite a while.
He probably with Jeff Vick.
That was on Thursday.
Oh, that was the
Thursday?
gun laws.
Yeah, we had a discussion about the crazy new gun laws that are going into effect this year. Some of which are already here.
Yeah. So, my brother-in-law, we were in Georgia.
My bro? Yeah. Okay.
We were in Georgia. He's a military guy. And, like Lifetime, he's got a platoon, if not a bunch of platoons.
And he drove
whatever,
from Mississippi to
Georgia.
Georgia.
So she's up there yakking with her mom and sister. And him and I go over to the truck. He's like, hey, I want to show you some stuff.
That's a good start.
So we go over to the truck, man. The guy's got like every gun known to man. I mean, ARs, everything, just right
he
there.
He is ready. Let me tell you, this guy is prepared for anything.
I'm like, man, I'm like, if shit goes down,
this is where
I'm finding Matt. He had everything but the buckets of food in the back of the pickup, but he might have had them. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, he was ready to, like, if the shit hit the fan, to hit the woods and he'd be fine. He could hunt. He could fish. He could protect his family. I mean, he's ready to go.
But why would he abandon his home, which is presumably where his supplies are, and presumably it's defendable?
What do you mean abandon it?
Well, if you go to the woods...
Yeah, but he was 8 or 10 hours away from his house.
They were visiting for the holiday.
Oh, yeah, in that case, yeah.
But anywhere he goes, like if you're at a restaurant with him, if you're downtown New Orleans where they live nearby, anything, you're handled with him, right?
Yeah, I have. I mean,
he's big too.
He's like 6'8", 6'9".
Literally huge.
280. I mean, he's big guy.
His weight looks really good now, though.
Yeah.
Really good.
that's sound policy to have, like in my case, it's called a get home kit.
Yeah.
And so if I go somewhere far away,
Yeah.
I have everything that I can think of that I need that I can easily carry in my backpack.
Yeah, this is a Red Dawn kit. This is a.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, Talib, who is Bob?
He's like, what are those? I'm like, oh, what kind of bullets is that? So he's showing me bullets I've never seen before. I don't remember the names.
Do you remember what they do?
Well, they're huge. I mean, like, they're like this.
Big ammo. Oh, okay.
Huge ammo. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Exploding bullets or incendiary.
Well, I don't know, maybe.
Armor-piercing tracers.
Oh, yes, Talib.
I'm like,
Bob
man, I
Logan
didn't even know
yesterday.
there was so much ammo. So I'm like, how much is that ammo? And one of them was almost $2 a shot. And I'm like, holy.
And then he's funny. His cute little 6-year-old daughter is like, Dad, I want to go hunting. All right, let's go. Within 5 minutes, they're out hunting.
Yeah, they're out.
deer.
You can hunt right there on that property we were at. Yeah.
That's pretty cool. So, like, was it a ranch or a farm?
It's the middle of Georgia. It's not Macon. Where is
It's Barnesville, Georgia.
Barnesville.
We were at my mom's house, and
And
they're
he's
like
got,
on
like-
80 acres.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
It's on their property.
Yeah, it's all wooded, pecan orchard. I mean, it's
Sounds like heaven.
yeah, it's nice. It's
It's in the middle of Georgia.
Yeah, it's like an hour.
Where that? Is
It's
that
an hour 15 from Atlanta, so it's
During the
out
summer,
there.
it's horrible.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And honestly, it's like, it's a pretty poor town.
yeah.
There's
nothing
no,
fancy going on there.
No.
How's the crime situation over there?
Probably not great. I mean, it's not bad
In
because of lack
Barnesville,
of
there's
people.
no crime, but
Yeah, they'll
they're
probably.
like an hour 20 outside of Atlanta.
Yeah.
But and we stayed in Atlanta.
You know, the real estate agents in Wyoming all warned me about the meth problem.
Yes. Our daughter worked interned for the DA's office up there for one of the counties. A lot of meth cases came through there.
Yeah, and they said there will be property crime.
Yeah.
A lot of the child abuse. That's what was killing Addie. She couldn't stand the child abuse shit. She's like, nah, I'm not working for the DA. I'm going to stick to personal injury.
Yeah, and she'll be less likely to be
Yeah.
murdered by one of her clients or one of the defendants.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, the Waterman's on YouTube. Hey, Paul.
Less likely to be murdered.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, that happened. Remember when one of the Denver DAs got murdered about 20 years ago behind his house in Highlands?
Oof. I don't remember that. I missed that.
I do not see. Speaking of Paul, I don't see.
Then you're on Top Chat, not Live Chat, because I see him.
Here's his email. I see it.
Oh, I thought you were talking about you didn't see him on YouTube.
Wow, that's a cool looking
System.
machine.
The Echo something. I heard him talking about it this morning. Sounds cool.
You know, when
Gets
Paul-
rid of chlorine, forever chemicals,
I know.
and
I'm staring at it, but
softens the water.
it's funny when Paul talks about it. The passion he has about water cleaning
I know.
and water softening is
Ours-
remarkable.
Does our water softener get rid of the chemicals too, or is
No.
it strictly a water softener?
No, we have well water, so I mean, we have almost no.
We're pretty good out there.
I mean, it is possible. You get water going into the ground, so eventually you do, but
Yeah.
Do you send your water out to be tested, your well water, to see if you can drink it without boiling it?
we just drink it.
That's your test.
We're on the Upper Dawson. It's all good.
Lower Dawson.
Or Lower Dawson.
How deep is the well?
I don't know. It's in our paperwork when we bought my house, but I have no idea.
You going to come back with him,
Who?
Paul? Do a house spot?
Yeah.
And then remember, Michael O'Malley.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends. Welcome to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. I've got a few things I want to talk about as the show moves on. But right now, I've got one of our experts up, so we're going to go to him in a second. But this hour is brought to you by Paul Dowding. We call him Paul the Waterman. In fact, if you Google, listen to this, Google Paul the Waterman podcast, and you can find his podcast. But I was telling these guys on our YouTube channel during the break, My goodness, I have never met anybody so passionate about a cleaning water. He's got a system right now, and it's absolutely unbelievable. This is a whole house system. It removes chlorine. It removes forever chemicals. It's bacteria resistant. It softens the water. It's one magnificent, beautiful machine, as Trump would say. And this bad boy's on sale right now for your whole house. You knock out everything with one purchase. Cheaper than anything I've ever seen. In fact, I'm a little mad at him because I bought a water softener from him for about the same price, although it still was half the price of the other guys. $36.95, $3,695. It does everything. Check him out. Check out Paul the Waterman. Simple as that. Check him out. Call him at 303-862-5554, waterpros.net. Now, I want to go to Michael O'Malley. I had him up before. Michael, I think I kind of explained the issue, but in a nutshell, Clayton's got a problem with Robin Hood Roofing. The shingles look old. Now, I want to ask you something. Have you ever seen old shingles? What do you think he means? He says you look at them, and basically they're curling up. In fact, I'm going to let him speak. Clayton, they're curling up. Kind of describe what the shingles look like.
It's like in an angle. It's not fleshed down on regular like the regular roof did.
So they're sticking up.
When did it get installed? Was it old when it got installed, or was it?
They were installed in July.
Oh yeah, and they're still that way. Like sometimes in cold weather that happens. Just it takes time for the shingles to settle down. But it's in July if they're installed and they still haven't settled down, you've got a problem.
Yeah.
So what does that mean though? Why would they do that? Is it a manufacturing defect?
Well, I don't know this company, and I hate to speak against any company. Contractors work hard.
Sure.
But some contractors do. They do use what's called factory seconds. They get them cheaper and they install it, which increases their margins. I'm not saying that's what this company did by any means, but you can buy seconds. You can buy factory discounts.
How would you tell?
Or you can. Well, sometimes you tell by the install. Right? If the shingle isn't doing what it's supposed to do. I definitely have some suspicions there. The other thing is sometimes, contractors buy bulk orders of shingles and they sit around and they just sit in their own warehouse. They weren't seconds. They weren't stored properly. And so, an asphalt shingle is going to take the shape of, you've seen it, right? Where the pallet isn't stacked correctly and
anything.
The weight. Yeah, exactly. You could get that in, paper towel. It doesn't matter. If something's stacked incorrectly, it's going to take a shape over time. And so that could be the case. I'd love to see some pictures before I...
Clayton, do you have any pictures you can send us?
Yeah.
Yes.
And explain that part.
And I'm happy to do an inspection for it too, Mark. Like to come out and it's so hard to give information on just a story, but I'd love to go out and do an inspection. We wouldn't do any work because I don't want to void any kind of warranty. But
yeah,
what did Robin Hood say?
Clayton, tell them what Robin Hood said.
That's Kelly.
What he said is the shingle it give it that old look, like 3D like look.
Yeah, see that's why I can't stand these. If they actually said that's the dumbest thing I've heard.
Mark, what did they tell Kelly? We haven't asked her yet.
Okay, Kelly called up. Let's hear right now. Kelly, you called up Robin Hood, and what did they tell you? Just put, look, she's coming on. Hold on, no, I'm dying to know what they told.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Oh. Classic.
Yeah, of course.
Radio. I think on Tom Martino radio once in a memo.
So 3 times so far, this guy's hung up on you.
Wow, Dave.
Wow. What for?
Oh my God. You know, listen, no one needs to answer the phone or to come on air and talk about things, but to hang up on us 4 times is absurd. And Clayton, you can't get him to do anything besides tell you your roof is supposed to look old. And just to make sure I'm not crazy, Michael O'Malley, have you ever heard of a asphalt shingle that's supposed to make your roof look old?
No, that's, can you imagine paying $18,000 for a product to be like, is it ripped jeans?
Yeah, exactly. That's basically what I said. Yeah, you know
It's
what?
the cool look.
What is this jerk's name? And you know what? That is my opinion. What is it, Dave? What the hell was the guy's name, Kelly? Does anybody remember what she said? Dave. So, Dave, and what phone number? You know what? Let's blow Dave up. We've got a lot of listeners out there. I would like people to call up and be nice. That's number one. You have to be nice. And you simply say, hey, Dave, are you the one that told Clayton his roof is supposed to look old? Are you the one that said that? And if so, exactly what kind of shingle is that is supposed to make your house look old? I would love for people to do that and call us up because this guy's a jerk. This guy's an absolute jerk in my opinion. Michael O'Malley, I would love for you to go out and do some research for us at Clayton's property.
Absolutely, I sure will. We'll wait till some snow if you don't mind. I'm not a fan of roof and snow.
Oh, come on. No, I'm kidding.
I know. For the Tom Martino show, I would do it, but...
Hey, Michael, hold on 1 second. I want you to hold on over the break. I'm going to let Dimitri ask whatever he wanted, but I also want you to hold on because we have another call that might come into effect for you. Dimitri, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Hey, Michael, I was wondering if you have a way to find out if Robin Hood, first of all, is a licensed roofing contractor in Clayton's jurisdiction.
Oh, if a
and
permit.
Also, if he pulled a permit. If not,
yeah, we
then
can find
Clayton
that out.
might be
I looked at the
entitled to
website.
3
It
times
looks
his
like-
damages.
Yeah, they might be. It looks like they've got a website, they've got a Facebook page, so it's not like it doesn't seem like they're fly by night, but it might be somebody else was actually using.
But that's no guarantee that they're actually licensed to do the work
we'll dig
and
into
they
that.
pulled a permit. Those are my questions.
The first thing I would like you to do is pull the permit. Here's what I want to do. Clayton, I want you to give Kelly offline your address. We're going to set you up with Michael to get him to come out and look at this and do an inspection. And he's also going to find out if they pulled a permit. But, Michael, nothing has changed. When there's a permit pulled, it's usually on your front door, on your garage, somewhere where it's posted.
Sure.
And there simply wasn't. Clayton never had one.
At all, yeah. So I will, but and again, I'm maybe too generous with contractors, but it could be somebody else was just hijacking the name. It's not even the real Robin Hood.
Well, wait, listen, we don't know what it is, but what I do know, hey, Kelly, did you call the number on their website? I want to take a break. Hold on. And then if you would hold on, Michael, I'd appreciate that because we might have another question for you. But bottom line is, let's make sure it's the same Robin Hood because that's a valid opinion Michael just said. And I'll tell you why. Because in the past, people have used Excel Roofing, one of our members on the referral list here in Denver. They have used Excel's name and it wasn't Excel. They simply try to piggyback off the advertising. So we're going to try to actually call that number if it's different and find out. But if everything is correct from what Clayton has told us, these clowns at Robin Hood Roofing, if it's all correct, are absolute jerks in my opinion. How can you tell someone with a straight face that asphalt shingle is made to look your house look old?
Mark, become the banker's topics under show notes there. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Who is prime candidate for a guaranteed pension account and benefits?
I mean, I could see some shingles that look older, depending on the style of house.
Curled up?
Well, not curled up, but just the way that the texture,
Okay, hold on, guys.
coloring. I don't know.
Go long on 888 for yesterday's makeup.
I can't right now.
Oh, okay.
Joe Chiano, a friend of mine at mymoneymyway.com. I've got a question for you from a listener. Who, my friend, is a prime candidate for your guaranteed pension account and why?
And who is the prime candidate? One of them is a person that has an old 401k that is just laying around. They have no control over it.
Almost like an
Another
orphaned
person-
account.
It's an orphan 401k. You know, from a previous employer, they have no control. It's at the mercy of the stock market. The second person that may really benefit from the guaranteed pension account is actually somebody that has an existing 401k who's 59 and a half years old, and they're concerned about losing money in the stock market. Those two people can actually switch either the orphan 401k or the existing 401k into the guaranteed pension account with no penalties, no tax. They're going to get guarantees, Mark, guarantees that their money will grow, without losing any money. And this is really what people want. People want to make money. They don't want to lose money. And it also guarantees a lifetime income that they will never outlive.
And Joe, if you somehow fall ill and meet the proper criteria, let's say you can't shower anymore or cook for yourself anymore, your monthly payment that's guaranteed doubles.
That is right. It's long-term care. Long-term care, and this is one of the biggest risks that people are facing today during retirement.
I agree 100%.
That somebody can plan, and they have a beautiful, beautiful investment portfolio. But if they fall ill and they need long-term care, that nest egg will be diluted within a few years. I'm talking about $10,000 a month.
I get it, man, and I love it. What I want people to know out there, listen, you hear a lot of companies talking about different annuities. You talk, there's so many out there, it's crazy. You got to just get through the muddle, if you will, and just call Joe. Just call him right now and talk to him. Say, hey, if I put $100,000 in now, what does that look like in 10 years? If I do it right now and I'm ready to retire, how much can I get per month this year? Ask them the questions. It's guaranteed money. 303-779-6600. 303-779-6600. I did that on purpose. I'll make you make sure you hire it there, please. What did he say? Is it the same phone number?
Hey, Mark, I have a few YouTubers saying they can't hear Kelly on YouTube when she goes on. Is that because she's offline and they can't hear her?
Honestly, I have no idea what Kelly does.
Oh.
303-301-9900, Kelly. Is that the number you called?
That's the one on the website.
Maybe it's because Shannon has her down.
I don't think so.
Not sure, YouTubies, why you can't hear Kelly.
Well, she can't hear me. So, I mean,
I'm talking when she comes on air.
I understand that, but I'm saying in general, like right now, she can't hear me. So, I mean, them not hearing her, welcome to my world. Hung up on her 4 times.
What a jerk.
That's crazy.
So I do wonder sometimes if they think they're getting a sales call, but at that many phone calls, you kind of like, okay, they know what's going on here. Are you calling?
Yeah, this
Now Marc Mager's making the call, YouTubies.
I sold them old shingles. Oh, they're supposed to look that way. That increases your property value. It makes it look old.
Old roofing. Old roof looks really, it adds to the curb appeal.
Retro roofing. There it is.
Yeah.
All
right, 303-713-8255. RobinHoodRoofs.com. Kelly, did we figure out if that's the same phone number you dialed? Sometimes my head's going to explode. We're just going to have a meeting later. I don't know how else to put it. I think I'm pretty cool, right? Am I pretty cool?
You're cool.
I mean, what am I going to say here? I'm trying to do, it's called a live show. 303-713-8255. I'd like to know I want to make sure it's the same exact people. In the meantime, Sandy, what's going on with you?
Hi.
Hey, Sandy.
So Probate, who you endorse, put some critter guards on they took off my ruined.
Probate Energy, the solar company.
Yeah, the solar company. They took off my ruined, hailed, messed up critter guards and put new ones on. And the insurance company, Safeco, said they used to cover them all the time. And all of a sudden, now they don't ever cover them. They say they can be reused. Brett and Mark were mad. They said, no, there's no way we could reuse those. And they refused to pay. Safeco refuses to pay.
Safeco refuses to pay? How much are we talking for the critter guards? And why can't they be reused? If you look at them, I mean, when you take them off, are they destroyed or what?
They were destroyed. There's pictures of them bent up before.
Who are you dealing with at Probate? Are you dealing with Mark? Who are you dealing with?
Yeah, Mark and Brett.
Well, here's
Brett sent that Safeco guy a big long email saying, you're nuts. These could never be reused.
And they're simply saying that.
They're saying, nope, they can be reused.
Well, you know what I would do? I'd stick it to them. And what I mean by that with Safeco, I would actually call up a public adjuster. I'd call up Matt. I wouldn't even think twice about it. I just dealt with Safeco. And I'm going to tell you something, Sandy, and I'm not kidding. There is no exaggeration, nothing. We had some hail damage. Safeco came out and said, nope, we're not going to do anything. I got Matt involved. I'm going to get $50,000. I went from 0 to 50. Now, I'm going to tell you something else. About 3 years ago, or maybe even longer, right, Suzanne, when we had our roof done, 4 years? Yeah. They initially said no damage. This was 4 years ago. The first one I told you about was last year. 4 years ago, same thing. I got Matt involved. I had to check for $85,000. What I would do is sick Matt on him. Not only will he get those critter guards paid for, that's my assumption, long as Probate is doing everything they're supposed to do, but I bet he finds other damage. I bet there's certain things around your house your insurance company owes you for that you haven't thought of. I'll give you an idea. Landscaping. I'll give you another idea. Railing like on a wood deck. How about chipping on any kind of cement? I don't know how bad the hail was, but I'll tell you this. Matt will use a fine-tooth comb and go around that house and find every single thing you should have gotten paid for.
Mark, I have a lot more background in this story than what we just heard from Sam.
Oh,
she
please.
Called us on September 20th, and Tom assigned this case to me. The genesis of her call was the fact had nothing to do with hail damage. She had a company called Bestway approximately 7 years ago installed. And Sandy, please correct me
Insulation.
if I'm wrong. I'm going from memory, Sandy. So please correct me if I'm wrong. They installed solar panels on her roof. Sandy's down in southern Colorado, and they installed this product that the installer calls Critter Guard. There is no product called Critter Guard. That's just the name that they use. It's a steel. It's like a chicken wire that they bend into shape. They install it around the solar array to keep the squirrels and other animals getting in there. Now, what happened in Sandy's case is squirrels got in there and chewed the wiring. And if I remember this right, initially they caused about $6,500 in damage.
The squirrels.
The squirrels did. And subsequently, Sandy sent me another email saying the damage actually cost $13,000 to repair. And she asked for our assistance in getting Bestway to pay for this damage. Now, I spoke with both.
Now, when you say Best Way, where do they come into this?
They are the original installation contractor. They installed the solar panels and the mesh, which they call Critter Guard.
Okay, so they're not the Best Way that I know on referrals.
No, in Tom's notes, I'm looking at the call from last January, says it was $3,000 in damage.
January?
She called back in January, had a solar system installed by Best Way Mechanical. She paid an extra $750 for critter cards, but squirrels got under it and did $3,000 in damage to the solar system. That's Tom's exact notes. So
So that was from a year ago. I got involved in this case when she called us again on September 20th. And that's the story that I'm relaying to you. And I talked with both. Okay, go ahead, Sandy.
So here's the story up to date. Probate, I said, I can't get Best Way to come out. These solar panels need to be repaired because the squirrels got to them. So Mark talked to his boss and they finally came out and they did. They found that they had a general contractor come out. Yep, your roof needs to be redone. So,
but wait. Not because of the squirrels.
Yeah.
They found hail damage that's unrelated to the squirrel damage.
Hail damage on my roof.
Okay.
So Mark and Brett took my solar panels and critter guards off so they could redo the roof. They repaired what they could. And I understand that I'm responsible for anything that the squirrels did on those panels. It's in my policy. So I bought from Mark.
Sandy, I'm sorry. Everybody involved in this right now, I've got to understand something basic. You first said they approved $6,000 or $3,000. Did your insurance company say yes to that?
Okay. My insurance company is paying for, I haven't got a check yet. They're paying for the roof and for the panels to be taken off and put back on.
So all they're doing is the hail claim. It has nothing to do with the squirrels.
Correct. And I actually read Sandy's insurance policy, and it does exclude rodent.
That's fine, but if she has, here's what I'm just I'm getting ready to pull my hair out here. Hold on.
Sandy,
I'm going to put her on hold. So I'm just going to talk to you, Dimitri. So the only thing they're going to pay is the hail claim.
That's correct.
Okay, but on her roof there's solar panels, and there was some kind of critter guard regardless.
So in addition to the hail claim, the insurance company paid to remove the solar panels.
Of course they did.
And they'll also pay to reinstall them.
Okay.
However, they declined to cover the rodent damage.
Perfect. Now hold on. Sandy, is that everything correct? They're just not paying for that part.
Right, and they're claiming
And I don't care what they're claiming. They're just not paying to reinstall chicken wire. Is that correct?
Well, they're also not paying for the damage that the squirrels caused.
The damage to the solar panels.
Yes.
But that's in the policy, you said.
Yes, and Sandy said in her last email to me, she said that the total damage now between the replacement and repairs comes to like $13,500. I believe that's her claim. Right, Sandy?
I don't have the exact number.
I got to take a break. I'm going to talk to her offline because I've got audiences out there driving into trees at this point. If I don't understand what she's saying, my God, who does? I honestly don't get it, Sandy. I'm going to talk to you after I do these live spots. But here's the bottom line. Here's what I need to know. I mean, what are we going after? Are we going after Safeco? Am I going after Probate? Who do I call to solve this problem? If it says squirrel damage isn't covered, the insurance company's not going to pay it. Dimitri, it says that, right?
I read that in the policy.
So then why does she think that we're going to be able to get Safeco to pay for that?
I'm not sure. I'm really, frankly, it would be great to get Sandy to kind of encapsulate the reason for today's phone
call. Do that. Sandy, please put together your thoughts on exactly why you're calling. If Dimitri already read the policy and pointed out that critter damage isn't covered, what is today's call for? I simply don't understand. Can you go see if the phone number Kelly called is that exact company? I really want to figure that out. I can't get her to respond.
It's been a year that this lady's having to deal with this stuff.
Not only, she hasn't had to deal. She's been dealing with it. But in September, she did not mention to us that she had called already. 8 months prior.
All right, hold on,
I
guys.
talked to you on air, you weren't in here, and da-da-da-da-da. So, and then also, what's the number for the roofing people that you were...
Blind Shade, Shutters, Drapes, and More. These are the guys at Made in the Shade. You know, they have better pricing than the people you call where you have to send the measurements or enter them in on a website, and they ship you the product. You know, they don't help you with anything. They don't help you with the installation, the measurement. They don't help you pick out different colors. They don't even tell you what you should order. Maybe you don't know if you want blinds or shutters or drapes or whatever. The people at Made in the Shade do everything. They come out to your house. They talk to you. They go over different ideas. They do all the measurements. They have the best pricing out there. In fact, their pricing is better, and I mean this. It's better than those big companies that make you do everything. Then they come out, they do the installation. You're going to be so happy. We have so many different people that have used them. So many listeners very happy, including people right here. Deputy Doc has used them. Dragon's used them. If you need a window covering, I want you to call Made in the Shade. 720-458-6566. 720-458-6566 or denvershades.co.
I can't communicate with you is what I'm saying.
Okay, let's try it right now.
Okay.
Get a message on the ready?
Yep, do it.
Because I'm going to keep taking you out.
207049345. Kelly's saying we can't hear her when she's offline.
Yep.
Kelly,
Hi, I'm talking.
I can hear you.
I hear you
We
perfectly.
can hear you just fine.
Now I can't hear you.
You're not talking, that's why. But we can hear you when you're offline.
Now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But if you go into program, you can't hear us on break.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's what we were trying to get, just so we can communicate when we're on break.
Yeah, when I'm on air trying to talk to you, I can't.
We just need you in there.
First of all, I can't even see you, so I don't know if you're literally there or not, so I assume you're there. And when I'm talking to you and we're live and you're not answering, it just sounds like shit. I mean, I don't know how else to put
The
it.
reason I'm usually not answering is because I'm on the phone.
Well, when he did talk to you, you weren't in there.
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
That's correct. You were somewhere else. You weren't in the room.
And I can't
I
see
see
you.
you just fine.
Oh, I might have been going to the bathroom.
Okay.
Sorry. Nature calls.
Suze, thank you for that awesome.
Thumb bladder.
Oh, you're welcome. Oh, we appreciate you guys.
Weird coincidence. I tried to get into that place just a few days before for lunch because they had a famous pork chop.
Oh, we know about that pork chop.
And they said the next available seating is at 8:45 p.m.
You got to go in at 4 o'clock on Fridays. That's when you get at 4 o'clock Fridays. That pork chop is $17.
Oh, it's 19 for lunch.
Yeah, that's it. But lunch goes to $5.
Cheaper.
No, it doesn't get any cheaper.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
So
on
that's why-
Fridays they have a lunch special.
Yeah. I couldn't get in. My friend and I went there for
Oh,
lunch.
if Mark and I go at 4 o'clock, we sit at the bar all the time then.
Yeah, we didn't think about that option.
Yeah, we
So
order
we
right
can
at the
see
bar.
you at
Yeah, we don't ask for a
8:45.
table anymore.
But so from now on, obviously I'm going to go online and make a reservation. But it looks like they're booked up for about 2 or 3 weeks in advance.
On Fridays.
Yeah.
That's because of that pork chop.
Yeah, but dude, I can get so many pork chops.
Have you ever had that Perry's pork chop?
No.
Oh, my
God,
God.
it's good.
Where?
Perry's Steakhouse on at the mall. Pork Meadows, yeah. It's only on Friday. It's smoked. It's 2 or 3 bones. Oh man,
It's famous.
It is. It comes with a little thing of potatoes and
applesauce.
and apples, homemade applesauce. God, it's so good.
That sounds heavenly. Well, I can't wait.
And what did we find out, Kelly? What did we find out?
And I got you the phone number for the roofer. Did you look it up?
No, what is it?
720. Oh, I guess I shouldn't
We
say it on
got you
here.
some roofies.
Roofing company.
Do we know that it's that company though?
Well, I called the number and it goes to a call center, and then it basically kind of puts you on hold, and then it brings you to a voicemail machine.
Did he answer with the company name?
No, he just answered the phone.
So we probably got the guy's
The
cell
sales
number.
guy. The sales guy.
There's main line is 303-301-9900.
That's the
Hey,
one I
Clayton?
called.
Okay.
But he just answered,
Clayton.
hey, what's up?
No, he
Clayton,
said hello.
Hey, do you know, is it RobinHoodRoofs.com?
No, it's rubbing hard. Not rubbing. What?
You're 100% positive. It's RobinHoodRoofs.com.
Rubbing hard roofs.
Yeah, when I call up, yeah, oh, perfect. Yeah, that'd be great. Go look at that. That'll tell us instantly.
Offline.
Trump just announced that he's going to rename the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
I know, and I love it.
I am not kidding.
Oh, I know. I heard him.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Or I read it.
It's fantastic.
I thought it should be the Gulf of Trump.
Oh. Okay, here we come.
So that website, is it there? I got to go back on. Hold on.
And then Sandy, you got her.
All right, 303-713-8255. We do have one line open. By the way, I want to tell you about 88heating.com. These guys are absolutely a wonderful company. You have any problems with that furnace right now, because we're going into a cold stretch, I want you to call 888heating.com. These guys come out. They're not going to try to force you into buying a new unit if you have an older unit. They literally will give you options on what to fix. They'll give you all the options. That's what I love about them. I've known Garrett personally for 10, 15 years. I've been talking about him at least that long. It's just a great company. 888heating.com. You want to know who to call when something breaks, just give them a call. 888heating.com. And if you have a bid on a furnace out there, if someone gave you a bid, I bet they'll beat it. If you have them out, they'll give you a free second opinion. And I bet they beat it. You'll save some money. 888heating.com. Now, I'm going to go back to Sandy and hopefully just work through this real quick. She had a problem. There was no coverage, but she had hail damage. Sandy, so what can we do for you today? Who should I call to try to get this right?
Okay, the issue that I had with Dimitri in the past has nothing to do with what's going on today. It also has nothing to do with squirrels. It's the fact that the hail wrecked the critter guards, and so Mark and Brett put new ones on, and the insurance company's claiming that they could have been reused, and Mark and Brett say no way, they were ruined.
Okay. Can we get Matt from Paragon on? Hold on a second. I'm going to put you on hold, Sandy. Now I know who to ask about this. I would assume, and tell me if I'm crazy, I said this to her already, I would call Matt with Paragon. Did I not say that, or did I?
You certainly did.
So let's get Matt on and get his first blush at Sandy's situation. I don't understand when they say reuse. Do we ever look at any pictures of this, Dimitri?
Yeah, I have photos of the critter guard. Sandy, how much will it cost? How much did it cost you to replace and reinstall the critter guards?
$1,200.
All right, so it's an additional $1,200. I mean, that's a lot of, honestly, it's a lot of work for that $1,200. Did you pay ProBid that money?
I haven't gotten a check from the insurance, so I haven't paid anything.
Okay. Who did the actual roof? Did, I understand that ProBid removed the solar panels. Who did the roof?
Oh, shoot. I can't remember. It's one that Mark recommended.
Did they get paid already?
Yes.
Okay, so everybody's been paid except for ProBid and the $1,200 for the critter guard. All right, I understand. Hold on. 303-713-8255. We're gonna get that figured out. We're gonna see if we can get Matt on. Matt's a public adjuster. Basically, once an insurance company says you have damage and they agree to fault and they kind of approve your claim, I'm not talking about a dollar amount now, but basically say, yes, we're going to go ahead and pay for it. Then the next step is how much they're going to give you. If they don't give you the amount that you want, in fact, I'm going to bring Dr. Joel in on this real quick. Dr. Joel, in a previous lifetime, in fact, I don't know if you still own that company, but you have done public adjusting.
Yeah, I still have a public adjusting license.
You still do?
Yeah.
So listen to this. Sandy, you've been listening to this call, but the bottom line is the insurance company Safeco approved the roof, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And they had solar panels. They had to remove the solar panels. They paid for that. Around the solar panels, whoever installed the solar panels in the first place put up, for lack of a better word, chicken wire around them. So the critters couldn't get up there and chew all the solar panel wiring. Follow?
Mm-hmm.
So they paid for the roof, they paid for the removal of the solar panels, and they paid for the solar panels being back on. They're saying the company that did that could have reused the same chicken wire. That company's saying there's no way. They're saying, look at it, it's totally destroyed. There's nothing we're going to be able to repair with this. I would say if a public adjuster got involved, I can't imagine they wouldn't pay this additional $1,200. I mean, I've never heard that. I've heard of it with gutters. You could have reused those, but anytime our public adjusters have fought them, pretty much you can't reuse them. They get dented, they get messed up. I mean, it's just a part of doing that. So what's your first opinion on this?
Well, my first opinion is that the rodent protectors, is that what we're going to call them, the chicken wire?
They call them critter guards.
That the critter guards, when that was removed as part of the whole roof removal, that should be replaced if it can't be reused.
Yeah, period.
Yeah.
And so the insurance company is saying, no, we're not going to pay it. That contractor should have reused it.
Well, they just need to take pictures of it and send it to the insurance company.
And they're claiming they did. Sandy, am I correct in that? Mark over it?
Yeah, you've got them.
They have pictures, they have everything.
And they're saying they can be, and why is the contractor saying that they can't be reused?
Yeah, good question.
Are they just too damaged?
Yeah, Sandy, why?
They were damaged. They were damaged by hail. They were damaged.
Now, Sandy, I can't enter into an argument that hail damaged chicken wire. How did hail damage chicken wire?
It bent it out.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, if that's the case,
then they should cover it.
They should cover it. Now, when they don't cover something like this, but they already said, yes, we're going to accept the claim, your next step is what?
Hire a public adjuster.
Hire a public adjuster.
Okay.
And they get paid. Here's the problem, though. Doc, look, I know you own that business, but I'm going to tell everybody out there, there's one problem with, good public adjusters. There's bad ones. But you're a good one. Matt's a good one. I'm talking about good ones. My goodness, $1,200? What does that claim mean to you? That means what, $120?
Right.
Think about that. $120 to deal with an insurance company for how many hours? Think about this, over $1,200.
Yeah, it's not worth the time.
Not worth the time. You'll lose money. Right. I would argue it's the opposite. You would literally lose money.
Right. And
that's the problem.
That's unfortunately why they deny a lot of even entire roof claims.
So, Sandy, what Safeco is doing is basically just putting the screws to you because they know you're not going to be able to get a public adjuster unless if it was simply done out of the kindness of their heart, because it's going to cost them more money to actually deal with this. They generally make 10%, maybe 20%, but you're still talking driving out to your house, meeting with the adjuster. I mean, you're talking hours upon hours. So honestly, I think it's going to come out of your pocket. I really do.
Well, she can keep asking to speak to a supervisor, keep pushing the issue with them. Sometimes.
Wait, I got an idea. Kelly, do me a favor. Let's get Brian on with Compass Insurance. Hold on, Sandy. I got one more. I got someone that can make a direct call to the claims department, the back line for insurance adjusters, to Safeco. I want to ask Brian or one of those guys about it. Maybe just the right person on her behalf without having to enter into an agreement can make a call. You think that's possible?
I would recommend something else. I would recommend that she file a complaint with the Department of Insurance at DORA.
We're going to talk about
because then they have to respond.
We're going to talk about that. Hold on.
She's good call. That's how you get it done.
Good call.
She's hard. I thought she was going to say, I got a problem with my pet.
She's been calling about this same roof since this time last year.
That's the only way.
Because I saw the call from October.
September 20th.
Oh, There was another one.
No.
Oh my gosh, she called in October too?
No, she called in January
She called in January.
and September.
That's
Yeah.
the one I took.
Well,
September
okay, yeah.
20th call was the one I took.
Where's Sandy?
And there's the again. And she's been emailing me.
Okay,
since
first
then.
call 117.
It's Sandy with two E's.
Right, Tom has her with a Y. And then I see October 7th,
Hold on, guys.
2024.
Put Integra up for me.
466.
Gravina's Windows and Siding. Oh my goodness, do I love these guys. You know, Nick Gravina, he started working for his dad years ago and he runs the operation now. I mean, this is a company that's truly based upon heritage and the foundation of it. If you need new windows, these are the guys to call. I'll tell you, Nick is incredible. If you talk to Nick, he knows more about windows than anybody I've ever met. Their product line is more than 50 lines of windows. Maybe you have a cheaper project you're working on and just need to get it done, or maybe it's a rental or a fix and flip. They got your product. You got a $5 million home that needs the most beautiful windows. They have it. These guys, once again, 50 lines of windows, 20 different manufacturers. They got the right window for you. They've been in biz, or Nick has been, for over 20 years. His dad, Larry, over 50 years. That's combined experience, 75 years. Give Gravina Windows and Siding a call. You ready for the number? 303-472-8462. Gravina!
So is your business still active, or?
You didn't do Integra.
Oh, it is?
I'm going to come back
Interesting.
and do Integra when you tell me to, sir.
Oh, you weren't able to?
No, I
I'm
had
good.
to pull some stuff up.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. 12 away. Can
Sure.
you do it now, or you need more time?
For him, yeah.
I'm good.
Here you go. 5.
Yeah,
4.
regular, not cold.
You know what? Open enrollment is almost over. If you haven't chosen a new health care plan, or if you haven't checked on it, you got to call Integra, and you got to call them now. In fact, we're going to have a special show, I believe, tomorrow, and we're going to have one of the members of Integra in. But here's the deal. If you don't do it now during open enrollment, you can't do it again for a year. There could be a much better plan out there for you right now. These guys have been in business over 30 years. They're wonderful people. They can help you with stuff on the exchange. They can help you maximize all the credits that are out there and save money on plans. Yeah, I said it. They can help you save money. Check them out at IntegraInsurance.com. That's IntegraInsurance.com.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've actually said kind of horrible stuff to China on TikTok.
And Kelly, I assume you texted Brian or somebody.
Yeah, he needs a couple minutes, and he's going to text me when he's ready.
Cool.
Do you still need Matt, because he's not answering and hasn't answered my
He's
text?
tough. He's such a travel bug.
we just used Joel.
Okay.
Matt's probably at a concert in the snow or something. Seriously, that guy.
All right, hippie.
Yeah, there's
Hi, how are you?
we're gonna talk to Brian, and then we'll do we're gonna talk to Dr. Joel again on the
yes.
Dora.
Oh.
See, the main thing, though, just so you know, Doc, just like you, I try to use our experts all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
How would Dora help? Heard some good news that exercise and diet can cure ED.
Really?
Well, it's just getting your wife or girlfriend to exercise or diet.
You're sick.
Ah, that is good.
Happy New Year.
You couldn't hear that, but Shannon said he heard that exercise and diet
Cure ED.
can cure ED. Would you agree with that, Dr. Joel?
Dr.
Oh, you can't hear us.
Joel's out.
Yeah, Scott, you just got to have your wife diet and exercise.
That's right.
That is good. That was golden.
Make ourselves available.
Is the phone number you gave us, is that what's on that business card? Clayton? Clayton. Hey, is the phone number you gave Kelly the one on that business card? And do you have that business, get that business card in front of you. And it says what? Go ahead. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Hold on. It's definitely that company. I'm going to get that line freed up. All right, 303-713-8255. 303 Martino. We're going to be diving into stuff next hour, but we got a lot going on. I got some news on Clayton and that roofing. I'm sure it is that company. It is Robin Hood Roofing, and the website is, I think, what was it, robinhoodroofs.com or roof? I forget. It's one of the two. And then that's it. They have the actual business card. And let me just, I do want to clean this up right now. Clayton, on that business card, it's Robin Hood Roofing, and then the guy's name is Dave. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's the phone number you gave to Kelly, right?
Correct. Yes.
And what is that phone number for Robin Hood Roofing?
I'm getting it right now.
She's getting it.
Yeah, get it. Have her get it, because here's what I want. I want our listeners to give them a call. Honest to goodness, I do. I want you to be nice, but these people, in my opinion, got totally screwed. The roof looks old. We're going to have one of our inspectors go out, but Kelly tried to reach over there. A lot of times callers call up, and they don't know what they're talking about. But according to Clayton, there was never a permit pulled. There was never one on the side of his house. On top of that, when they were done with the roof, some of the roof was curling up, and it just looks old. Right, Clayton?
That's correct.
And then, here's the crazy part. When he asked about it, they said, oh, that shingle's made to look old. And you're not kidding. This guy, Dave, actually said that.
Yes.
And then the siding that they had to take off to do part of the roof, they only put basically a 2x4 or 2x6 up, and they didn't even paint it, and now they won't do anything about it. I just want everybody to hear it from you. Yay or nay?
Yes, that's exactly what they did.
And what's that phone number for these guys at Robin Hood Roofing? Because I'll tell you what, Robin Hood Roofing, I'm going to start doing commercials for you all the time if you're not going to get this handled. We're going to send an expert out, so hopefully we hear from you. And why you would hang up on Kelly 4 times, I can't even imagine. She didn't even say what she was calling about. Maybe they're used to it. Maybe they're used to people calling up with issues. What is that phone number?
720-704-9345.
And Kelly, that is the number we called, right? 720-704-9345.
Yes.
Kelly just said correct. Yep, and I'll tell you what, hold on, guys. We're going to free you up. Make sure we have all their information, and we're going to get him with our folks over at Petrali Roofing. Soon as the snow's gone, they're going to get over there and look at this roof. We're going to try to figure out what's going on. We're going to see if the shingles are old or seconds, or if the job was done lousy. We're going to figure out why they sold them shingles that, according to Dave, over there at Robin Hood Roofing, are supposed to look old. It's so weird even saying that. I mean, Dimitri, is that not the dumbest thing you've ever heard?
Yeah, you know, I've heard of decorating your house to have that lived-in look.
Yeah.
But putting on a roof that looks looks like a used roof, it's new to me.
It's like putting on a sweatshirt with a spaghetti stain on it. And for these jerks to actually say it is amazing. You know what, Robin Hood Roofing, in my opinion, according to all the information I have, and we tried to reach out to you, listen to this, not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times, Robin Hood Roofing, we wanted to reach out just to see what you had to say about it. You all you do is hang up. That's all you do is hang up. It wasn't even on air. We don't call people on air unless they want to come on air. Once again, Robin Hood Roofing, please do me a favor, be nice. All the YouTube people out there that listen, please be nice. Call up. Say, what is going on? Did you really sell a shingle that's supposed to make their house look old? Is that real or is the caller crazy? Ask them. And why won't you do anything about it? 720-704-9345. 720-704-9345. Robin Hood Roofing, Dave. That's right, all from the business card. That's on the business card that's Clayton's holding in his hand. It's unbelievable.
We got Brian Burns.
Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. Brian, thanks. I got in a little bit of a rant there. We got this roofer. We got this Robin Hood roofer out there driving me crazy. But listen, this one's driving me crazy too. Sandy's got a problem. Safeco, and you know how I feel about Safeco lately because I just went all through this. They came out, denied my claim. Now they're paying it, but I had to get Matt involved. Here's the bottom line. They approved the roof with the hail damage. They had solar panels. They approved removing and replacing the solar panels. But the bottom line, and I mean this, Brian, the bottom line is they're not paying.
I didn't know if you knew the music was on. That's why I did that.
So your business is kind of like Matt's Paragon business?
Yeah, I have a public adjusting business. It's not, we handle maybe like 4 or 5 claims a year.
So, are you the one that goes back, or do you have an adjuster?
I have an adjuster. It depends. I do mostly the communications, and I send people out to do all the other stuff.
You do real estate only or cars?
No, just real estate and primarily only commercial real estate.
Oh, those are big claims.
Yeah, anything else really, like Mark was alluding to, it's just not worth the time investment.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, $1,200.
Oh yeah, it's kind of like.
But they know that, right?
Yeah,
I mean, the insurance company.
It's a sweet spot for the insurance company.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot. The threshold's a lot higher than that. I mean, for anything that's less than $100,000, they know you're not going to be able to find a lawyer to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
No, it's very true. Oh man, it drives me crazy when I go up against the clock like that.
Well, you were offline, so you didn't even know you were up against the clock.
No, I was. You're right.
And that's the problem.
I didn't hear the music.
I'm going to start babysitting you a little bit there, helping you out. I didn't realize that. And I'm thinking you're going to tease it, and then I realize you don't even realize the music's on.
You did say the bottom line is they're not paying it. That was your last couple words, so.
Say that again?
The last thing you said before it cut to the commercial was the bottom line is they aren't paying it.
Great.
So it's okay. It sounded okay.
Yeah.
Tommy's here in spirit.
That's right.
He's channeling himself through Marky Mark.
God bless. I just, it's impossible to take just the hard break. I can't do it. I used to say, you know what? Come 10:15, I'm taking a break no matter fucking what. You can't. I mean, it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
There's no way to do it. So if we run up against the clock, I guess we run up against the clock. But that one was all, well, I'm pretty sure Dimitri hit my offline button.
It's Dimitri's fault.
So I couldn't hear anything.
That's the problem with sitting over there.
Slender fingers.
So whoever sits there gets the blame. It's the blame chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you do, maybe. Have you ever done over $1 million claim, Doc?
Yeah, that's really all that we try to do.
That's where that's the spot, yeah.
So you guys make some huge bank on that.
I mean, it takes, the bigger the claim, the longer it takes to get done.
A lot of
That's how life is supposed to be.
I have like,
the more money
Do you got Brian's gone? Do you guys still
well, I
need
mean, I
him?
have a couple of
Yeah,
them
Mark
from
might have
the Marshall
accidentally
Fire.
hung up on him. Can you call him
I have
back?
a couple that are
Yeah, that was my bad.
Marshall Fire. I have 3 big claims that are from the Marshall Fire.
The biggest one Matt got out of that was over $3 million.
Yeah, I have
It was a big cleanup.
I have a huge one, but it's in litigation, and it will be for another few years.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Why the hell does it take so many years?
Well, the court process.
Well, they deny it. You got to go back and forth with experts. You know, if it's like an office park, like I'm dealing with, they've got like multiple buildings to coordinate, like doing testing in the walls. It takes forever. And then when they deny it, then you got to go back and forth with them. And then, you know, the lawyers that take this are pretty busy, so they file them like right up against the deadline to file it. So it just gets dragged out and dragged out. That's
Wow.
what happens. Yeah. So it'll be, 2027 maybe. So you're talking like 6 years after the fire, basically, that it'll settle.
You know, most personal injury, like John Fuller would tell you, their cash flow is about a 2-year deal, man.
Yeah,
You would
that's
think-
about 24 months. Because I was in that game on the clinic side, so I had to wait for those things to settle.
It's really amazing.
The first day you see a patient to the time you get paid on average is about 20 to 24 months.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And then the problem with that is like during COVID, think of a guy that makes his money off accidents. During COVID, no one was driving. I mean, it was
I
crazy.
didn't really think about
But he still had a bunch of checks rolling in from 2 years ago. So then now we are 2 years later. This is where his cash flow is hurting.
Yeah, because
That's every personal injury attorney.
Yeah,
he didn't refill his prospect pipeline during the China virus.
Yeah.
Well, I really miss the panic traffic.
That was great.
I made it from Lodo to Avon in 55 minutes one day.
Made it from where?
You were
Lodo,
speeding.
Wow.
My average speed was a little over 100 miles an hour.
Were you
Wow.
on a motorcycle?
No, in my beloved Toyota 4Runner.
Oh, okay.
And I pulled over once to pee on the highway. And that's included
Literally on the highway.
literally on the highway because there's nobody around. And I thought, when am I
Not
ever
even
going
on
to
the
get
grass.
a chance?
Right on the highway.
When am I right on Vale Pass? When am I ever going to get that chance
You got a
again?
piece of Dimitri.
It was awesome. I got a selfie of myself doing that.
Oh my God.
I made it there in unbelievably record time.
I mean, the airport was great.
Oh, everything was just great.
There was nobody at the airport. I took a flight to Los Angeles. It was like me and like 2 other people.
I can't believe they even operated those flights in those days with 3 people. Yeah, those are good times. I mean, life was so convenient. I could park anywhere I wanted to.
Yeah.
Oh, even illegally.
Yep.
I'll park like in front of fire hydrants just because I could.
Yeah.
Joe, how did you even get into that business?
That's an interesting question. So, like I was just saying earlier, I did personal injury work in a clinic setting. Owned a clinic that did the rehabilitation for people that got hurt. And one of the attorneys that I worked with, who became a good friend of mine, got out of doing personal injury and started doing the property damage, first-party property damage claims. And, I'd go to his office and talk to contractors or whoever. Everybody kept trying to talk me into it. Oh, you should get a license. You'd be good at this. You don't have to do anything but take a test. We have all this business we can give you. You pick it up on the job pretty easily. So I was like, all right, took the test, got the license, started doing the business promoting, marketing stuff, SEO that I would do for any business. Started getting leads in, and like there's a ton of business out there because like you have these people calling with these claims all the time.
Yeah.
So you think like right off the bat without having any experience, damn, I'm going to make a fortune. I'm going to take all these $20,000-$30,000 claims and I'm going to get to work on it. So I start getting to work on it, and then you start running into the roadblocks, and then you see like how dishonest the professionals are on the insurance company side that come to write the reports. Their engineers, like these people will say the sky is green, the grass is blue if you pay them. I learned all this stuff the hard way, and you just learned, look, I can't take a claim that's really under $500,000 and expect to put the work in. So I focused on that for a while, but then I came back to really focusing on the medical businesses that I do. So, about 4 times a year, I'll get a big water loss or a fire claim or something that's actually worth the time for the guy that works for me and myself to deal with. But these other
school libraries so young kids could not see them. What kind of books should be removed from those school libraries? Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome to the show, the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. I guess part of the goal in life is to rile me up. No matter what, I can't stand bad contractors, and I'm getting sick and tired of it. The newest one on my crap list is this Robin Hood Roofing. I'm just steaming about it. This poor guy, they call him up back in July. They get a new roof. The roof looks like crap. Apparently, when you look at it, and we're sending an expert out there, it just looks like crap. It's kind of curved up, like the shingles are misformed, and the whole thing looks bad. Our expert's going to take pictures and report back to that soon. But the bottom line is this. These guys won't even talk to the consumer anymore. We tried to reach out for their side of the story, off air, of course, 4 times. 4 different times we tried to reach out to Dave at Robin Hood Roofing. And basically, I'm finally giving their phone number out, and I'll tell you why. Because I need them to know that people out there like doing live reviews. So I would like people to give them a live review based upon the information from the caller. And the information is pretty wild. Because the bottom line is, when he brought up how come that's curled, and this is according to the caller, how come the roof looks old, you know what Dave told him according to Clayton? This part's amazing. He said it's supposed to look old. That kind of shingle's supposed to look old.
Supposed to look retro, Mark.
Yeah, retroroofing.com. These jerks. I mean, really, unbelievable. I can't believe this guy, Dave, would say that to one of his customers at Robin Hood Roofing. Dave, I want you to call in. My God, just call in right now. 303 Martino, Dave. Call in. I bet by every stretch you're listening right now. In fact, I have no doubt you're listening right now. Why don't you grow a set and call up and explain to them, or just explain to me. Explain to me what kind of asphalt shingle you purchased that's supposed to look old. I really want to know, because I can't find a roof for anybody that's ever heard of it. Robin Hood Roofing, Dave, 720-704-9345. It's the most absurd thing I think I've heard, well, definitely this year. I mean, really, I've heard a lot of stuff. I've heard, hey, the job didn't do good. I've heard everything in the world, but I have never heard anybody say, once again, it's like going to Macy's and buying a beautiful new sweater and there's spaghetti sauce on it. And the person at Macy's says, oh, it's supposed to have spaghetti sauce on it.
It's beyond the beyonds, Mark.
It's beyond the beyonds. Now, I got to go to Brian Burns. Brian Burns, he's on a referral list, Compass Insurance. Brian, I got you on for, of course, a totally different call. But here's the bottom line. Happy New Year, sir. How you been doing, man?
Happy New Year's to you guys as well. I was just hearing about this really cool designer sweater that you're referring to.
Yeah, and the designer roof. Can you imagine? You pay $18,000 for a roof, and when it looks like crap, they tell you, oh, it's designed to look that way.
like those jeans that have the holes in it. Those are there.
Let me tell you, Suzanne bought,
Don't encourage him, Brian.
Little side note, Suzanne bought a pair of jeans years ago that had holes in them. They were like $150. I almost fainted.
Yeah.
So, but here's the deal. I want to ask you something. Safeco is refusing to pay for these critter guards. I think I kind of explained it, but I got to recap because it's a new hour. But bottom line is, she had roof damage. They agreed they would pay for the hail damage. They agreed to pay for the solar panels to be removed and replaced. There was some kind of chicken wire or critter guard around the solar panels. Everything got put back together. The contractor said, we can't use this old chicken wire. It's almost like a gutter that's been beat up. We've got to get new ones. We're only talking $1,200, but Safeco is refusing to pay for that last part of the claim. We can talk about public adjusters, and we were talking to Dr. Joel, that's also in that business. But the bottom line is, for $1,200 claim, a public adjuster would be crazy to get involved because it's like $100. They're going to have to go out there 2-3 times. Just no one would do that in their right mind. So, Brian, what do you do in a case like that? Dr. Joel said to write Dora, and they're going to have to answer the complaint. But I was wondering if you could make a call on her behalf to Safeco, because I know you've done that for the show a bunch, and see if you can't get them to pay the last $1,200. It's almost like they're being jerks.
Out of curiosity, I had asked if this was the case. Is this a customer of Compass, or is this
Sandy? Who did you get Safeco through?
It's Trailstone.
Okay.
No, hold on. No, Brian brought up a great point there that I don't even know if he brought up. So when you call up, who is it? Trailstone?
Yeah, Trailstone.
Why aren't they fighting for you?
Should they be?
Oh my God.
So here's the point, as I won't have access to it. I don't mind calling them, but they won't legally be able to have a conversation with me about her policy unless she wants to sign something giving them permission. But her agent should be able to call and at least get more details about what the rationale is here. What is it they're saying?
They're saying they could. No, I'll tell you what they're saying. They're saying the contractor should have reused the old chicken wire.
But if the contractor is able to provide proof that that's no longer possible.
They have, and they still refuse. They've sent pictures. They've done everything, and they still refuse. And here's what I hate about this call. We're going on a year without getting this handled. I just want to get it handled. But, Brian, let me revisit with Sandy real quick. Sandy, when you call up Timberline or whoever what's the name of it again? Your insurance people? Trailstone. Have you told them, hey, help me get paid or anything?
No, I just didn't know that was a route.
Well, my God,
So
why? Okay, why do you use Trailstone?
So they could find me good insurance policies.
Yeah, I'm going to. Now, hold on, Sandy. I'm going to ask you, Brian. Honest to God, how many times do you help your clients with Safeco or the other 30-plus companies you guys represent?
Yeah, no, we get involved all the time with claims. And it's not that we have decision-making power, but we can put pressure on or at least understand what's going on and be able to have some kind of rational conversation.
So, Sandy, I mean, your people, maybe it's not Trailstone's issue because you've never even called. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I haven't.
Oh, my God. Okay, here's what I want you to do before anything. Here's the 3 steps I want to take.
Okay.
Number 1, you're going to call up Trailstone, talk to your agent and say, here, this is what's going on. And honestly, the way you explained it to me, they're not going to understand a damn thing. You tell them just like this. I have this claim number here. They did the roof. They did the solar panels back on. They're refusing to pay the contractor for the critter guard. The contractor says you cannot reuse it. Here's the pictures of it. Just keep it that simple. Don't get into anything else whatsoever and tell them I need your help and see what they can do. do. If they can't pull it off, step number 2 is, honestly, I want you to switch over to Brian, and he'll probably pull it off with Safeco. I hate to put you on the spot, Brian, but $1,200 on an $1,800 claim, and they have pictures and everything, I think they're just playing hardball. They know they should be paying this. I don't even understand the argument, and I can honestly say that because Safeco tried to screw me last year, so I don't mind saying it whatsoever. Now, the third would be exactly what Dr. Joel says. You write to Dora and say, I can't even get a response for this people. Dr. Joel Cherdak, please explain that one more time.
The Department of Insurance is regulated by Dora.
Yep.
So I'm not sure exactly. You have to navigate through their the Dora's website to find how you complain against the complain to the Department of Insurance.
Well, Brian might actually know, but yeah,
he probably does. But all you do is you file that complaint, explain what's going on in detail,
and they're forced,
and they have to have somebody respond. And oftentimes, the person that does respond is a supervisor or somebody higher up because they don't want to get in trouble with Dora.
Yep.
And a lot of times, if the claim is legitimate, they'll pay it at that point.
So listen, this is exactly what I do. Try to go through your agent first, Sandy. I figured you already did that. I mean, I really did. I don't know why we have missed that for over a year's period dealing with this. So I want you to do that as soon as we hang up. And then basically I want you to file that complaint with Dora if they can't. If your insurance agent, give them a few days, doesn't do anything. And then after that, then we can go to the route of switching and going to Brian Burns and Compass Insurance, who I have personally used for 10, 15 years. When's the last time, how long have you had Safeco?
Oh, I don't know. Long time.
When's the last time, I want to ask you this for everybody else out listening, when's the last time someone at Trailstone reached out to you and said, hey, I found a cheaper coverage or better coverage through a different company instead of Safeco?
They're in touch with me every year.
Okay.
On finding the best.
I'm very glad to hear that because a lot of agents don't, and the people at Compass do that for me every year for all mine. So are we on the same page? And then I want you to get back with Deputy Dimitri, and hopefully we put a close to this because $1,200 is $1,200. We need to get this handled. I believe you're 100% in the right. Brian, would you agree if everything she's saying is gospel, this should be a no-brainer and they should be paying it?
I do agree, and I will tell you one other alternative.
Please.
In addition to Dora, or instead of, would be the appraisal process.
Oh,
if you can always go through the appraisal process where you are sending it to an umpire who will ultimately make the decision.
That's what I did.
It's a pretty common sense thing. You're going to get it on your side.
Yeah, but once again, we're talking $1,200. How much does that cost the consumer?
Very little, because all you have to do is you pay for your professional, but in this case, it's for roofer.
Yeah.
And then the umpire, you split the cost for, which is pretty cheap, and then they decide it.
Yeah, I just went through that with Safeco, literally. Whatever. I'm not going to dive into that. Hey, I appreciate it. That's Brian Burns, Compass Insurance. By the way, just call these guys up. If you haven't shopped insurance, I don't care if you have Allstate, State Farm, Safeco, Progressive. I don't care if it's a corporate policy like Garage Keepers for a shop. I don't care what it is. The bottom line is these guys do the best for insurance. And if you have the best already, they're going to tell you. They're honest people. Check them out at compassinsurance.com. Let's free up Sandy. Monica's got a problem with a neighbor. Joshua, you're going to be up next. You've been holding the longest. And then Jen's got an issue with the septic tank. All that and a lot more coming right up.
Hi, it's Dave.
Joe, are you still a chiropractor also?
Yeah, I still have my license.
Do you still use it for practical stuff?
All right, folks, I need to tell you about a couple people. One is 888heating.com. I love these guys, and I'm going to tell you why. I've known Garrett personally for a long, long, long time. And here's the deal. If you want an honest opinion on what's going on with that furnace right now or air conditioning or in the summer, he's going to give it to you. He might give you the option for a new unit if yours is really old, but more than likely he's going to give you an option to repair it. You don't have to drop 10 or 15,000 on a new unit when yours breaks, even if it is 20 years old. The guys at 888heating.com will give you the option to repair. They are great people. They've been around for a long, long time. Check them out at 888heating.com. The pricing's good. They have high efficiency systems that are absolutely unbelievable. I could talk about Garrett and the gang all day long, but I'm telling you this, write that number down, put it on your fridge. If you have any issues in the next 4 or 5 days with that furnace, maybe it's starting to make noise, it's not as hot as it was last year, this is the call to make. 888heating.com. That's 888heating.com. Now, made in the shade, blind shade, shutters, drapes. These guys have it all. Room darkeners, high-tech stuff for indoors and outdoors, low-tech, no-tech. These guys have it all. And they have it at a better price than the guys that make you do all the work. I say that in every spot because I've dealt with those guys. You call them up or you go to their website. You put in all their measurements that you did yourself. They ship you the product. Some of it shows up not in the best shape. You install it, which is a pain in the butt if you've ever installed shutters. And my goodness, it's just crazy. Why do that when you can get all that done for you and get a better, cheaper price? You're crazy not to use Made in the Shade. It's a local company, local owners. It's a husband and wife couple. They're great people. 720-458-6566. Please give them a call now. They'll come out. They'll help you pick out different products. And on top of that, they do all the work. They do everything, start to bottom. They don't high pressure you. Call them up just for a quote. 720-458-6566. 720-458-6566. What is it? Oh, add to cart, Gulf of Mexico. Yeah, that's pretty good. Add to cart.
The Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, it says, click here to add to cart. And it's the Gulf of Mexico.
You took that Amex card out of your wallet last night, didn't you? It's sitting on the table there.
Yeah, I'm not going to carry that one.
Okay, I needed it, but that's okay.
Oh, you did? For what?
I got to pay KRDO. I'm going to see how the roads look.
See, what I always thought with the public adjusting, though, Doc, there needs to be a company that does handle, I'm not talking $1,200 stuff, but your $12,000 to $100,000. And I don't know how to make that profitable. But I think that's a huge market where you would have, at any given time, 50 open. I mean, just constantly just working through them. I think there's a big money maker there. It's just trying to figure out the stuff in between. It's trying to figure out those little details. How are we going to do this? I think one way is you tie contractors in to the ability the law allows. The contractors go out. They're going to end up with the job, but they're also doing some of the legwork. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I did that. That's the model I had.
That is.
Yeah. And it's just, you need such a high volume of stuff coming in.
That's what I'm saying, but I think we can get the volume part down. I think we can get that down if we're advertising to those people.
Yeah, let's do it.
And I'm talking the only time I think you advertise a company like that is basically after a hailstorm, to be quite frank, or after an event.
Well, I did that after the Marshall fire. That's one of the first things I did with Tom. And I picked up a few claims.
Nice.
The show that way. They were residential claims. They were decent.
Well, some of them, of course, there were total losses. They're huge.
Well, but you don't want to really get involved.
Yeah, because it's capped.
It's because they're not going to have enough money to rebuild their house.
Yeah, I know.
And you don't want to take that money and just for saying, hey, it's total.
And 90% of the people were underinsured.
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Genesis Total Exteriors. Mark Szymanski's the owner. I'm going to tell you something about him. He had his painter come out. His painter's been with him like 20 years.
He hates when I do this because they do everything. They do siding and windows. He does roofs. They do a lot of stuff. Anything exterior he does. In fact, his stucco business is absolutely off the charts. His stucco pricing is great. They can even go over whatever you currently have on for the most part and make your house look brand new at a very reasonable price. They can help with insurance companies. But his painter, let me get back to that. My goodness, they painted our house, the exterior, 5 years ago. That thing still looks like they painted it yesterday. They helped Suzanne with the colors. It's just the best paint job. The pricing was great. If you need that house painted, you need anything with the exterior, I want you to check out GenesisTotalExteriors.com, GenesisTotalExteriors.com, or just Google it. Mark's the owner, great guys. Now, 303-713-8255. I have one line open. Joshua's been holding forever. Joshua, first of all, I really do appreciate you holding. You've got props to a contractor. Who is it?
Yeah, it is Pino from a company called Pursuit of Excellence.
Pursuit of Excellence. And what do they do?
Yeah, so he started out as a framer and then in the Southeast built show decks, and he's a framer up here in Colorado Springs, and he is breaking into the general contracting world. We had a dishwasher flood and completely flood our house, so we decided to completely gut the house, and he did everything. He did new floors, new stairs, built-ins, wainscoting.
Wow, and he just did a great job, huh?
He did, yeah.
You know what I want you to do? Do me a favor. Leave your info with Kelly, and I'm going to have Daphne contact him about referral list, all right? So I appreciate you telling him that, but, I mean, he's licensed, and I know you had a good deal with him, but, I mean, is there any bad reviews on him? I mean, how's he look online?
He looks great online. He just built a new website, and half my house is actually on it because he used to be a framer for somebody that was on your referral list.
Oh.
That individual moved to Florida, so he broke into general contracting. So Rob from Affordable Views.
Oh, okay. That's going back a ways. All right. Hold tight, man. Give that information. Kelly, just email me that information. And we'll see how it works out. You know, on referrallist.com, we do criminal background checks. We have them sign our code of ethics. Dr. Joel, you're on there. You know that. We've done all that. That's why referrallist.com. Not only is it the original list, but it's the best. I'm going to go with Monica next because you've been holding the longest, but I got to talk to Dr. Joel. I told everybody if you missed it, by the way, go to youtube.com, type in Troubleshooter Network. You can hear and see us during the breaks. It's a great way to watch and listen to the show. A little more participation. It's kind of cool. But Doc, I got on trizepazine. I told you I'm going to struggle with that for the rest of my life. Trizepatide. Terzepatide.
There you go.
Last Wednesday. Mm-hmm. My wife's sitting next to me, and she'll tell you, I've literally dropped 12 pounds in 6 days. We've kind of talked about this. It's an incredible drug for the main reason. And for everybody out there, basically, I started around 225 last Wednesday. I weighed myself that day. Now I'm down under 215. And the bottom line is it's about 12 and a half, 13 pounds in 6 days. Now, a lot of people are going to say that's water weight or whatever. But one of the things I have always done is I usually don't eat breakfast and stuff. But I'm always hungry. I'm constantly thinking of food. In fact, Dragon told me that one time. Dragon lost a ton of weight years ago, and he's kept it off, but he thinks about food a lot, just like all of us. I don't think about that candy bar. That's really what this drug does, doesn't it? It literally makes you not think of food somehow. And then the other thing it does, it makes me feel full. Even after I eat, like last night I had, what was that? Maybe a quarter pound of chicken.
Yeah, a little bit of chicken is all you had. The night before that, you had two little sliders.
Yeah, 2 sliders. No bun or anything, just the actual meat. But think about that, and I feel full afterwards. Unlike any other diet I've ever done, a crash diet where I'm doing no carbs for a month, and I can drop weight pretty quick, but I wanted to try this. Generally, when I'm on a diet, all I'm thinking about is food. The difference between any diet I have ever done, whether it's no carb, I had a diet years ago she laughs about. Go ahead, what was it?
Yeah, your banana and beer.
All I had was 1 Michelob each day, 1 Michelob Ultra and bananas. And I dropped 20 pounds in a month. I mean, you know why? Because there's no calorie intake. But here's the bottom line.
I can't believe I just admitted to my homemade diet of bananas and beer.
It's going to go viral, Mark.
God, it worked too. It was crazy. I'm not suggesting that for people out there. That was many years ago. So anyhow, Doc, the difference between anything else, I don't think of food. It's remarkable.
Yep. And that's what most patients experience. It's because your body is literally being told that you have enough, that you're full, and that you don't need to eat anymore. You don't think about food. People that have food cravings, that, you've heard the term hangry.
Yeah.
It helps with that. It cures hanger. And it's been shown, I'm looking at some statistics here. 33% of people lost more than 20% of their body weight.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
And these kind of drugs through you guys at Denver Regen, I mean, I know what I pay, and I have I'm not even going to say it anymore. But basically, these kind of plans start at what, $395?
For tirzepatide, we're $475.
What's the other one?
Semaglutide.
And that's generally what people use, right?
Which is the same drug that's in Ozempic.
It's Ozempic. And how much does that start at?
So we're $295 for that.
$295.
That's what most of our patients start with.
Yeah.
And most of our patients are fine with that. If they're not, then oftentimes we'll move them up to tirzepatide, which is a stronger medication.
Got it.
You started with that, which may be a reason why you've had such dramatic weight loss so quickly.
It's absolutely unbelievable. And here's how it works. You guys, one of your MDs called me up, and basically we talk on the phone. I fill out a questionnaire and basically get the prescription. Next thing I know, the next day, FedEx shows up and the meds come. They're like refrigerated. They come with the needles. They come with everything you need in a full video instruction, and there's nothing to it. I was a little afraid. I've never given myself a shot. I can't even, it's not like a flu shot. I don't even feel it. Basically, you put the needle in, just like you see on TV. You pull it up to whatever the setting is, 5, 8, whatever it is. And then you just find a little fat on your belly next to your belly button, and you just put the needle in and you put it in. That's it. There's nothing else to it.
It's like a mosquito bite, basically.
I don't even think it's like a mosquito bite, honestly. I mean, it's like nothing.
No, it's like a lot of people don't feel it at all.
I had no irritation. I had nothing. I'm big on reading side effects, and the side effects may be a little irritation next to it. I had nothing. I couldn't even tell I did it.
It's just an insulin needle. It's really small.
It's so tiny. The needle is so tiny. You just don't feel it. I don't want people to think, oh, you're trying to find a vein and you're doing all. It's nothing like that.
No, not at all.
It's a remarkable drug. Anybody out there, and who asked this last time? Was it you, Dimitri, that last 50 pounds?
Yeah, I was actually asking you about the last 20 pounds. The first however much I lost was real easy. Mm-hmm. And I'm not on that medication that you guys are just discussing, but it's the most stubborn fat that's around the belt line. And it's also the most dangerous, isn't it? Because it's called visceral fat.
Men, right?
And it's somehow harmful to my internal organs.
Well, higher visceral fat percentage is associated with an increased mortality. There's just a correlation between.
And that's bad, right?
Yes.
Being dead is not good.
But what I would want to mention is that in our clinic we have a lot of our patients who come to us with that very problem. They can't get rid of the last,
they plateaued
10 to 20 pounds that they need to lose.
And Joe, and I haven't asked that question all these years because I assumed that medication is for like morbidly obese people. I didn't realize that I'm pretty close to normal. I didn't realize I could benefit.
Well, maybe weight-wise
from it, to the same extent that you're more challenging.
Right, and what you're talking about is for the insurance carriers to cover it, you need to fit criteria that would classify you as morbidly obese.
But if you're paying cash, and honestly, $295 is not fun.
I'm just a cash payer anyway.
Let me mention a caveat. Our team is still going to go through the process of medically screening you to make sure that you're appropriate.
Oh, you have to.
And that there's not going to be any dangerous side effects, and that the benefits are going to outweigh the risks of taking the medication, like any medication.
All right, guys, I have to break here. I hate to interrupt it, but that's denverregen.com. Really, just go check them out right there. Call them up. They're great people. I'm going to let everybody just constantly know how my journey's going as well. Hold on. Jen, Monica, one line open, 303-713-8255.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino. Now, Dan Kaplis today at 4.
Small.
Even before I did it, it was terrifying. Looking at the needle, how small, how far it goes in, I was like, there's no way this isn't going to hurt. It does not hurt.
I'd be that same way, I think.
Oh,
I had one.
Susan next door. Hey.
I had one shot at the doctor's one time. It reminded me of in my arm. I didn't even feel it. I was like, "Did you do it?" And she already did it.
Yeah.
Like a flu shot?
No, it was definitely
Do you
not
have
a flu
fuller
shot.
info? Do you need it? Okay.
I got. It's a win-win. John Fuller, Fuller Law, he is my attorney, and he can be yours as well. If you're injured in an accident at the fault of another, you have a couple options out there. You can call one of these people on the side of the buses and trains that have probably 200-300 people working for them, and you never know who you're going to end up talking to. You can call them, and every time you call them, you'll probably get a different person. It's probably going to take a long time to get the case done. You might get maximum results, you might not. Or you can always deal with the attorney that I have personally used, and he's a great guy, John Fuller. In fact, he fills in for the show occasionally. You want the best personal injury attorney, I want you to call John Fuller. Please put this number in your phone so when you need it, you have it. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. He's got a great team around him, but more importantly, when you want to talk to John and deal with John, you're going to do it. He's going to hold your hand. He's going to maximize that case and put the most amount of money in your pocket as possible. John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500.
Hey, Doc, I have someone texting me. They've been on Wegovy, not through you, I don't think, because they're out of state, but they've been on Wegovy for 5 weeks, and the side effects are horrible, like extreme cramping, bloating, and gas. Is there anything they can do to, try to curb that, or should they just be trying a different medicine?
I mean, that's somebody that I would recommend going to tirzepatide.
Okay.
Wegovy is semaglutide.
Okay, and they're actually waiting for a doctor to see if they can change to Zepbound. Is that the same stuff?
That's tirzepatide.
Okay.
Was there any other ones, Doc, or is it basically just those two?
It's just those two under several different brand names.
Oh, okay.
So they basically just put their own spin on it? Or they're completely different drugs?
Well, semaglutide and tirzepatide are
completely different.
But there are several companies, like Eli Lilly makes tirzepatide, and I think it's called Zepbound and Mounjaro.
Got
I don't
it.
know if Eli Lilly owns both of those names or if they're two separate companies.
Got it.
But like Ozempic and there's a couple other ones that are semaglutide.
You know, we eat out a lot. A lot. There's weeks we eat out every night, right? We eat out a lot.
Not now.
No, that's what
I am so bored with this food.
So you start thinking, okay, it's $2.95 a month, $3.95, whatever. It's like, damn, we're saving that times 10 just to eating out.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. Who yelled?
That it is.
It's crazy, man.
Of course. Well,
but we eat out more than most people by far. Since the kids have been gone.
And of course, I'm just naturally dieting through him. It's like, oh, well, you just want to share this. So,
it's a twofer.
It is. It kind of is. Like, oh, you just want to share this then if you're not that hungry? Okay. Like, I generally would eat more than I have been. It's like, well, no sense in making 2 platefuls or whatever.
No, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. Sound is awful, breaking up.
I listened,
finally
it
looked
was
into
fine.
YouTube. It's fine.
I was listening on my earbud to see, and I wasn't hearing it, but...
What's up, Paul the Waterman?
Thanks, Top Secret. That's Bo's sister.
I know. Oh, Kelly, everybody's mad that I was yelling about you. Wah.
Oh.
You big fucking babies.
Kelly, it's a tough gig in there. You got to be on the phone. You got to listen. You got to figure out when you're going to take a break. It's tough. She does a nice job. So there, Mark.
Get one of those camping toilets in there.
Just what do you call it? What do you call it? A catheter? Just get a catheter, Kel.
Okay, I'll do that.
Jeez.
I marked off Dan McKenzie since you had him in content.
Beautiful.
And then I don't know what you're doing with it. You owe 2 888s from yesterday.
Yep.
And I know you did.
I'll do them next break.
Okay.
And one next break.
Okay, just trying to keep you on track with that. I wasn't sure if you had already done those.
I thought he did one 888.
He did. But one was an actual spot.
Oh, okay.
These are all in-house.
Got it.
So, just depends. Just depends, dollar.
I guess.
Okay, these people at Panacea still haven't gotten
I
these.
know. I'll look into that tonight. I don't know what to say. Kangarat, I think Kelly's eye is fine now that they tweezed out her shriveled up contact. Ugh.
Oh, my God.
What are you talking about?
Friday, Kelly left a contact in her eye and it shriveled up and went down here. The doctor had to tweeze it out of her eye. Oh, sounds horrible. Like number 7,000, reason number 7,020, you don't get eye contact. Oof.
It wasn't the most pleasant thing, but it only took 5 seconds. Calm.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. You've been ripped off or taken advantage of. We want to hear from you. By the way, just really quick, I'll hop to the phones. We were talking, Dr. Joel and myself, I was telling her, people spend that $295 a month for that weight loss, and I can't talk about it more. It is working so well for me in 6 days. I'm over 10, 12 pounds down, and more importantly, I simply just don't. I feel full, and I don't by any means think of food. It's really incredible, unlike any other diet, where you might be sticking to it, but all you're thinking about is whatever you like eating, pizza, sweets, whatever it is. But I'm actually saving money on this diet. You know how? Even though I'm paying you guys $475 a month, okay, or $295, whatever it is, depending on the medication. Here's the deal. You know how I'm saving money, Doc?
How's that?
We eat out all the time. I'm not kidding.
We do.
Suzanne and I eat out, since the kids have been gone.
Yeah. Empty nest life.
6 times a week, maybe 7 to be quite honest.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
So you're saving more money than you're
I'm
really
saving
paying.
way more money. I mean, the average dinner, maybe, I don't know, $60. I mean, think about that. That's $250 to $300 a week.
Yeah.
And we're not doing it. If we do go out now, the bill would be half because I'll just eat a little off her plate. I would never order my own dinner right now.
Now I can go do some extra shopping, Mark.
Okay, well, that whole part's getting nixed.
Well, that's a great point, Mark.
That I'm nixing her whole shopping cart?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Can you imagine? Yeah, it's like when your wife comes back
Saving money.
and says, "Hey,
It was on sale.
this
I saved
$400
money.
dress was on sale for $200. I
So I
saved
got
you
3 of them.
$200." Yes, exactly. Okay, so who's been holding the longest? Monica, first of all, I appreciate you holding 303 Martino. What's going on with your neighbor? We have had some neighbor calls over the years that are incredible. What's going on with yours?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Monica.
Okay, I'm driving, so my apologies.
Well, be careful.
so
Put it on
it has been
speakerphone if you can. Go ahead.
Yes, I will. It has been quite a journey, to say the least. I have lived in my condo for almost 3 years, and for the past year, I have had issues with my neighbor, but it comes down to the fact that she has been renovating her home, and doing it sort of, by herself, or hiring contractors who don't always speak English, so it's difficult to even communicate with them as an outsider. And she's done some things that has caused water to come through my ceiling. So I'm on the bottom floor, and she lives on the top. And I have 2 water claims, and then a liability claim that she has put onto my insurance. She refuses to take accountability, and we have an HOA, and there's some language.
Hey, Monica,
subrogation.
Monica, hold on one second. I want to understand a few things. So she did some work, whatever that work was, who knows, but she was messing around with water lines or something, and it started leaking. It comes through your roof, correct? Or your ceiling, ceiling.
So my ceiling.
Yeah,
correct.
so then you call up your insurance company, is that correct? Or do you go talk to her?
I talked to her, and she refused to go through her insurance,
Perfect.
so I had to.
So you went through your own insurance.
Yes.
In your own insurance, are you having an issue? That's exactly what you should be doing in this case. So do you have an issue with your own insurance company not paying?
Well, no, they have handled the water claims, but now I'm being dropped by them because of how many I've had to do because of her negligence upstairs.
That's very interesting, actually.
And they haven't been, and they haven't been able to subrogate because there's some language in the HOA documentation that prevents that, which is really crazy to me.
Now, what would that language be? I don't get that.
Essentially, it prevents subrogation, so it prevents my insurance company from being able to go after,
In your HOA documents, have you had an attorney look at that?
I sure have.
And the attorney literally said, your insurance company, according to this, I got to get Brad O'Brien on. I've never heard of anything like this.
I heard this a couple of weeks ago for the first time, and I'm wondering, why don't we all have an anti-subrogation clause in our personal lives so that our insurance companies somebody can't go after our insurance.
We've got two great, hold on, Monica, you've been holding a long time, but I want to get Brad O'Brien on. That's a very interesting thought. So there's two things here. One, is there anything she can do because she got dropped by her insurance because of the multiple claims from the neighbors? Does the neighbor have any liability there at all? That's an interesting question within itself. My gut says no, but I want to talk to an attorney on that. And then the other thing is, how can they stop an insurance company that they do not have an agreement with? In other words, the HOA does not have an agreement with insurance company number one. If insurance company number one wants to go after insurance company number two to get reimbursed or subrogate the claim, I don't understand how an HOA document could stop that from happening. I just don't understand that. This is going to be good for Brad O'Brien. Everybody hold tight. 303 Martino, one line open. 303 Martino. Jen, I promise your crappy situation will be up after Monica.
I can see where the HOA might say you can't subrogate against us, but not
against another tenant. Against a common area.
Right. That's I'd be curious. Well, I'm looking forward to hearing Brad.
I am too. It's very interesting. Imagine a custom craft, super insulating, thermally efficient window made right here in Colorado for homes in Colorado. I'm talking about Alpin Windows. These guys are amazing. They've changed everything in the business. In other words, if you have a piece of drywall, then that window is in there. I mean, it's virtually the same as the drywall with the insulation in it. The energy efficiency is crazy. KHWindows.com. These guys have been around 65 years, and they're one of the biggest dealers for Alpin Windows. I want you to give them a call. If you've been thinking of new windows and you want the best, you got to call KHWindows.com and ask about the Alpin Windows. They have other lines too, but have them come out. They're going to show you everything. They're going to tell you every great thing these windows do, and that's about it, man. 65 years in business, KHWindows.com. You can call them at 303-421-7100, but I think you should just visit KHWindows.com. Now, you ever wanted to invest in property but know very little or nothing? VesteraTurnkey.com. These guys go out and they find the right area. That's the most important part in their secret sauce. The right economic area in the country that's booming. Maybe a place where Microsoft is going to move or SpaceX is going to move. They find those neighborhoods. Then they find the right property for you. Not a fix and flip. They find a property that's ready to rent out. You buy it. You own it. They will find a management company to operate it. You rent it out. You make money in that cash flow renting it. Then, when it appreciates, sometimes doubles, triples, you guys know that, then you can sell it anytime you want. You make all that money. VesteraTurnkey.com. Please check them out if you ever wanted to be in there in the property business and don't want to do anything but write the check. That's VesteraTurnkey.com. Now, Joseph A. Lazera. We just got over New Year's. We just got over Christmas, Thanksgiving. If you found yourself in trouble, maybe a DUI, maybe you got into an altercation with someone at a Christmas party, or maybe on New Year's you had some kind of domestic violence, anything like that, anything criminal. In fact, there's nothing too low or too high on the totem pole, but free consultations on certain stuff like DUIs, flat rate pricing. But the reason we talk about Lazera, because he's the best out there. He knows the judges. He knows the DAs. If you're guilty, he knows how to cut the best deal possible for you. Either the less jail time, the less fines. There's a lot that goes into a DUI, and he's very good at it, and he knows everybody. And if you're innocent, he knows how to fight for you. He can even help you with the DMV trial or the DMV hearing. Free consultations, flat rate pricing, one of the best attorneys out there. Joseph A. Lazera, put in your phone right now, 303-429-6200, 303-429-6200. Get it in your phone now.
I was telling a YouTuber we saw the new Bob Dylan movie.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I didn't think I'd like
I love
it.
Bob Dylan.
It was
Like,
good.
I'm not like the biggest fan in the world, but I love him.
It was a good movie.
It was so good. It only focused on like 5 to 8 years of his life. So you don't see all his growing up.
At all.
You know, they're sort of elusive about that. And nothing to do with his later years. It's all this from the like 60s, 70s, maybe early 80s, that sort of, so. Yes, Case, go see it. My friend out of state who I was just asking Dr. Joel about on the meds.
Oh, yeah.
She says, also ask Mark, things that she used to crave now turns her stomach.
Oh, that's weird.
She wondered if you're getting any of that yet. Like, there's things she doesn't even feel like now. But she's been on 5 weeks. You're only a week in.
Yeah, but she's already having those side effects. I think it's tied into the side
Oh, you think, okay. Hey, Missy, you're listening. Doc thinks your side effects might be a part of you not wanting certain things anymore.
That's probably
like if your stomach hurts, you don't. Yeah, you don't want that chocolate or
we don't really
tuna or
that
whatever
so much.
Yeah.
I usually am not. I look at it. I'm not huge on Indian food, and that chicken we had last night was Indian food, and
you liked it in the past.
I liked it a lot. Yeah, but I mean, I liked it even more.
Oh, last night.
Yeah, I thought the sauce was great.
Yeah, the tiki masala from.
And I'm usually
either
not
Costco or Sam's Club. I think you can get it at both.
Hey guys,
I haven't noticed anything like
Kel,
that.
doesn't look like Brad O'Brien is available.
Oh, we might have to follow up tomorrow with her.
With who?
With Monica and the issue with the neighbor, because it's a good topic and a good call, so we might have to.
Why?
She said Brad O'Brien's not available, or she said it looks like Brad O'Brien's not available.
He's not. His phone's going straight to voicemail, and he's not answering my text.
Okay.
That usually indicates.
Well, we could give it a few more minutes, but warn Monica we may have to get her on with our expert tomorrow for some ideas.
Okay.
When you want to do that?
Yeah,
well, we'll just try Brad again after the break. But,
yeah, we'll try him one more time.
All right.
After the top of the hour. Thanks, Kel.
Uh-huh.
Now, Hellcat
Monica?
saying audio is not good.
Audio?
Hi, just be patient with me. I'm still trying to get our expert on, so just hang on.
Sounds okay to me.
It sounds, I mean, some of y'all having internet connections out there. That's what I'm gonna say. Utilize some Q-tips. Mark's Mark's got a dentist appointment after the show.
Oh, God, I'm not looking forward to it.
And I'm going to have to wait with him.
I'm going to be in
we're
that
already
chair
looking
for
late.
2 hours plus.
What do you got to do?
Just a deep cleaning.
He hates the dentist, so he doesn't go as much as he should. Let's just be honest, because you hate the dentist. Childhood trauma issues there.
I hate the dentist.
25 debut on the program with his acerbic take on current events. Tuesday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
All right, folks, we got another hour going. Listen, Monica, Kelly's going to try again over the break to get our attorney up, Brad O'Brien. It's what's really crazy, though, about this, Monica, is I still don't understand how your HOA document, even if you agreed to it, I get all that. I don't understand how that could dictate to your insurance company they can't subrogate. I just simply don't understand that, and I need to understand that from Bradley O'Brien. And then the other issue is you could probably...
I wish...
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. No, I wish I understood that as well. But when they attempted to subrogate, because they did attempt to subrogate, they were unsuccessful, and then her insurance company sent me a denial letter, and the only reasoning that they were saying she wasn't liable was because of the language in the HOA that prevents subrogation, which is a very convenient loophole for them to not be just about the fact that
I have never heard of anything like that. Listen, we're gonna continue to try to get them, but you know who sells these policies left and right? I knew we'd need them again today. Compass. Let's get Brian back up. I want to see if he's personally run into this on policies he's sold in condos or townhomes or virtually anything with an HOA. I don't understand. I get the denial, but I don't think that's a legitimate denial. I just don't understand it. I mean, we're going to figure that out. And we're going to figure it out quick. Hopefully we can get Brad O'Brien. Jen has an issue with the septic tank, a crappy situation. We'll figure that out. And then 2 lines open, 303 Martino, another hour to go. 303-713-8255. And any questions you have on the weight loss drug that I'm on for Dr. Joel Cherdak, he's DenverRegen.com. Please call in.
That's a good idea, too. Stan the HOA man. I could text him if I have his number.
That's just the craziest thing I've ever heard.
It is. It's wonky.
Have you heard anything like that, Doc?
It doesn't make sense.
It just doesn't.
That's not. I mean, the carrier of that pays has a right to subrogate.
I would assume so.
Against the at-fault party, I don't know how you can avoid that.
But in a true subrogation, they're not going to be sending, well, I guess they might send the denial letter to both. But really, it's one insurance company going after the other at that point. Right. I don't even know why she's in that loop. Unless that insurance company just said, hey, we're going to deny it based on this. And it's just not a proper denial. I just don't know.
Joe, if you're treating somebody as a result of a personal injury, and you refer them to an attorney that specializes in this, are you allowed?
Maybe John Fuller as well.
No, well, here's what winds up happening. What winds up happening is like you have a kind of a verbal agreement with the attorney that you're never going to get 100% of your bill. And so you have, like I had an agreement with Ramos, like if I referred something to him, he paid me 90% of my bill, which is outrageous compared to like what you normally get.
Yeah.
If they refer something to you, if they refer to you, you're agreeing to like a 50% reduction. So that's kind of how it works. It's not like they pay you back.
They can't write you a check.
No, they can just reduce what you've got to pay them.
It's almost like instead of waiving a deductible, a roofing company can't waive a deductible, but they can give you a discount that happens to be the same damn deductible.
Or they can just, they can just leave the invoices unpaid.
Yeah. Yep, let it float out there. I think it's changed now, but credit cards, so in Colorado, you can't charge a percentage on credit cards, so the deal was a cash discount.
Yeah, I always see that.
It's the same damn thing. I mean, it's just how you word it. There's literally no difference. See if Fuller will come on. Just text him.
John Fuller.
I want to just get his opinion on one insurance company to another. I can't imagine. I mean, he deals with insurance companies every day. I can't imagine having an agreement. I just don't know how you could do that.
It's the second one like this I heard.
What was the other one? Do you remember?
Oh, it's an awful case I'm working. This lady whose condo is just stripped out to concrete box. It stands where walls used to be.
For what? For a leak from a neighbor?
2 years ago. Nobody knows. The HOA is dragging their feet and figuring out where the water is coming from. And the water is still coming. I visited her.
That's crazy. It's still coming?
She's broke.
This is the one you were going to get on again, right?
Yeah, she hasn't called in yet. That's going to surprise
They just try to wear you out. I mean, that's
exactly what they're doing. And the HOA is just dragging their feet on this. And it worked. I mean, she's worn out. She's broke.
she's broke and worn out, and
now they're sending her delinquency notices for her HOA dues. It's
and her condo's worth nothing. It sounds like.
Absolutely. I'm hoping that Joel, not Joel, but Brad or somebody like him, has a way of getting the insurance company to just total out the condo. I don't know if there's such a thing, right?
There's not.
Total it out, pay her the fair market value that it was 2.5 years ago, and she goes on with her life.
There's no way.
Hey, Kelly.
Yes.
There's no way.
Mark wants John Fuller on, so I texted John Fuller. He just said give him 5 minutes and he'd come on. So would you call him in 5 minutes?
Am I also getting Brian from Compass?
Is she also getting Brian from Compass as well? Or you? Yeah. Yes, both
and
of them.
haven't heard from Brad O'Brien at all.
That's okay. We'll hang on to her for a minute, but get John Fuller and Brian Burns on.
Yeah, I'm really. This is one of those ones I get so interested in. I want to know. I want to know from an attorney's opinion. I don't understand how you could dictate to an insurance company what to do.
If you're not party to that agreement.
Yeah.
She's going to have to sue her neighbor.
Well, yeah, I think that's exactly what John's going to end up saying, but it's like, yeah. I mean, ultimately, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah.
She's going to end up suing, and then the insurance company is going to have to defend it. I don't know if what I'm curious is a judge going to look at language in an HOA and take that as some form of defense? I just don't get it.
What really sucks is her own insurance is now dropping her for the claims.
Exactly.
That's file.
Yeah, that's serious damages. Now she's going to have to pay X times her normal.
Yeah, but let's go to the same argument on that side. So now you're going after someone who caused damage to you, but you're the one that turned it into your own insurance company. How can you? I don't know if you can necessarily hold them liable for an action you did, even though they did the original origin action. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
I just don't know.
Whoever sets this train into motion is the responsible party.
Yeah.
Well, to a degree, but it's like if you run into me and I'm headed to work or I'm headed to the airport, and all of a sudden I can't get to the airport, and I miss a $500 flight, and I miss a hotel
And you get
stay.
fired because you missed the flight.
Yeah, then I get. Yeah, I mean, how far down the line do you owe me?
I don't know, but.
Yeah, but I mean, it sounds like a nightmare to own a condo, I swear. Or, where you have people attached to you.
Unless if it's a new condo.
Put me out for a year. My wife and I were out of this place for a year because our upstairs neighbor flooded.
Oh, wow.
His bathroom.
So you're in a condo then? Yeah.
Did they end up paying for at least your stay? You had the right insurance?
My insurance did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they covered it.
Did they go after?
You have your
Did
own
they subrogate?
expertise.
Not only, they screwed up my claim, so they had to give up their subrogation to me.
Wow.
But, yeah, they went after the other company for
What do you want me to do with this credit card invoice? I just got it.
What is it, the 1,200?
Yeah.
There's nothing to do on it.
Right. She's got to call her own insurance agent first and see if they'll go to bat for her.
I can't believe she didn't call her agent.
That's the first thing.
He's on a conference call.
If I put a claim
just
in, it
call
was
Fuller
denied,
then.
I'd call
Okay.
Brian instantly.
Libby, I got your email. I'll share it with Mark later.
Goldberg on what really happened in the terrorist attack on New Year's Eve and more on the Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW. Yeah.
help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Welcome, my friends, to the only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Our goal is to make your life a little bit better, if not a lot better, if possible. We have recouped over $300 million in cash, merchandise, exchanges, refunds, directly due to this show. If you have a problem, need help, 303-MARTINO. By the way, that number works on and off the air. I try to get it out there all the time because if you're, at a dinner party or you're talking to a neighbor or a brother or sister, even if they're not from around these parts, you got to give them that number, 303-MARTINO. We try to help out everybody, and we love getting educated on the show as well. And we're going to do that with an attorney in a minute. We had a caller call up, Monica, and her neighbor flooded her in her condo. And
multiple times, it sounds like.
Multiple times. And she ended up turning everything into her own insurance company. And her own insurance company tried to subrogate against the neighbor. The neighbor wouldn't give up any of her insurance info, didn't want to turn it in. So she turned it into her own. When the insurance company went to subrogate, she received a denial letter, meaning the caller received a denial letter from the lady's insurance company denying the subrogation, which all of this it just doesn't sound right whatsoever, but this is what Monica, the caller, is telling us. So she receives a letter saying, we're rejecting the claim because of this language in the HOA. So I still don't understand how that could happen, but it brings up another question, and we're going to ask John Fuller about it because he deals with insurance companies all the time. And I'm also going to ask Brian Burns with Compass Insurance if he has seen condo policies that talk about subrogation in the HOA. I don't even know how that makes sense, but we're going to find out. Or is this other insurance company and this lady just giving Monica the runaround, which is what I think's going on, and she's going to need to sue them. But we're going to talk about that with an attorney and get some education on that. Meantime, I want to talk to Jen. She's got a problem with a septic tank. Jen, what's going on with you? And welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Our septic started flooding, and so we called Shirley Septic. They came out and they pumped it, out. And then they said that it's actually an electrical problem going to the septic pump. So I'm wondering if you have a referral for someone who would know about the septic pump, but also the electricity feeding it.
Boy, that's interesting. I would say off the top of my head, probably Master Rooter. I would say Master Rooter Plumbing. I'm trying to think, does anybody remember if Plumline? Maybe we should ask Bob about that, because I'm thinking more on the pump side. I would let's see if we can't get Bob on, Bob Logan. Hold on a second. I want to get you the right company.
Thank you.
What the company that is looking at it now, they came out and thought there was a clog, but it's actually the pump not working and pumping properly.
We don't know if the pump is working or not because they said it's the electrical going to it.
So they're saying when they test that feed of power, they're getting zero right there.
Right, or not the full.
Or not the full. Maybe it's just a simple electrician needed then.
I'm texting Bob Logan right now.
Yeah, I'm curious about this. And the main thing with Bob is, do they work on septic systems? I know for a fact when we bought our house, they came out and inspected mine from top to bottom as part of my due diligence to basically check out the house I was buying. But whether or not, we're going to find out. Just hold on, Jen.
You know what? One other thing is we are in Conifer.
Yeah, I think they go to Conifer, don't they? We'll ask them that too. I think they do. Conifer's not. How far are you from Denver?
It's isn't that by Evergreen?
Yeah, Conifer is just on the
It's like on the
south
other side of Evergreen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they go up there. Well, just hold on.
Here's the thing, Mark. Even if Plumline doesn't do it, one of our listeners is going to have a referral for this.
Well, yeah, there's no doubt about it. But it's interesting. The company she called when they had a problem with the septic system, well, they probably don't have an electrician working for them, is all I can think.
Maybe she just needs to call a different septic company.
Is it possible?
I'm familiar with the Shirley company. They come out and they suck out the septic systems. That's what
they're
they do.
just a pumper, basically.
Yeah, that's what they do.
Oh, I got you.
I heard they're number one in the number two business.
Oh, that's something. They're number one in the number two business, Dimitri. That's pretty good, actually.
Thank you.
That's pretty good.
I'm going to license it to Shirley.
Yeah. That's crazy. Hey, you guys, while we're waiting for a couple experts for Jen and Monica. We do have a couple lines open, 303-713-8255. Denver. The Mayor Mike. Let's just call him Mayor Mike. I saw an excerpt from him talking about he met his goal for 2024 and got 2,000 people, homeless people, housed. Did you guys see this yesterday or 2 days ago? He met his goal. His goal was to do that. In fact, he did better than that. He exceeded his goal. He got like 2,200 people. Let's take that as gospel. Okay? That happened. Let's say it did happen. Now, if there's more homeless people this year, in 2024, let's just say there's 6,000 homeless people in Denver, and 2,000 of them you got into a shelter of some sort. And by the way, they're not including immigrants in these numbers. So these numbers are just so flawed, I can't even. I guess it depends where you're from if you're actually homeless when you're homeless. But that's a different story. That's just crap. That's what that is. So think about this. Let's say the number was 6,000, and he gets 2,000 by the end of the year. There's 6,000 homeless in Denver at the beginning of the year. He gets 2,000 into homes by the end of the year. You would think logically that means now there's only 4,000 homeless that aren't at least living outside. They're in shelters or something, right? I mean, if you do the math like that. The problem with this math is there's a lot more homeless people in Denver now at the end of the year. So if they started at 6,000, now let's say they have 9,000. They put 2,000 in a shelter, but they still have more people homeless than they did at the beginning of the year. It's the craziest argument I've ever heard from this guy. But yet somehow he reached and exceeded his goal. Am I making sense to people? There's more homeless people right now in Denver than there was at the beginning of the year. And I'm not talking about people in shelters. I'm talking about people in Denver walking around without shelter, without a home or anything. Okay? Now, there's more people. More people. Even if he got homes for 2,000, there's more people. Did he do anything? I don't think he did a damn thing.
Mark, to play devil's advocate, I think he's not saying he reduced homelessness. He just housed more homeless than he thought he would be able to.
It's worse than that. He increased homelessness.
Word trickery or something.
It is that. That's exactly what he's trying to do. Oh, hey, I pulled off what I wanted to do. It's going back to like saving money, but you bought something. Something's on sale, so you buy it. Instead of spending the $200, you save the $200.
Well, Mark, the Denver mayor is clearly a glasses half full kind of a person.
Yeah, he's a brain half full, in my opinion. How about now? He's also arguing. So the Aurora mayor, what's that?
Mike Kaufman.
Yeah, everybody says he's a Republican. He's not.
No, he's not.
You know what? He was arguing finally with the mayor. He's saying you've been dumping. The only reason we got problems in our buildings out here with gang members is because Denver, now he's blaming the Denver mayor, Mike. They're literally in an argument. This is all in the last couple days. So basically, he's saying the only reason we have this big crime wave in Aurora is because you're secretly sending all these homeless people and drug members and gang members over to Aurora. And I think it's true.
Oh, there's no question.
But here's what I could care less about him, Kaufman. You know why? When Trump was in town, he sat there and denied that there was any gang members. He denied it. He wouldn't go. If he was a Republican, he would have been at that rally. He didn't want to go. I mean, to me, both these guys are crazy. Both of them are crazy. But who's their boss? Let's think about it. Who's their boss? Both of them.
Well, the people who are suffering. Us regular citizens and even non-citizens of Denver and Aurora are suffering.
Yeah, but our governor should be just ashamed of himself accepting any of these buses coming in. And this homeless crisis, he should be ashamed we passed some of the laws we did, like legalizing drugs. Now that you can go do mushrooms, I can't even imagine what's going on.
It's going to be even worse. we're going to get even more drug addicts moving here from all over the country.
From everywhere. It's just crazy. But for him to come out and say, I met all my goals, or not all my goals, I'm not going to paraphrase it, but he basically said, hey, my goal was to house 2,000 people, and I did better than that. I exceeded it with 2,200, and that's a rough number. But what he's neglecting to say in that same sentence, there's more homeless now than there was. I mean, big deal. Absolutely big deal, Mike. I mean, my God, do you realize what you're saying? What a strange thing to say. What a strange thing to brag about. I just drives me nuts, Dimitri. You know, I don't like getting into politics that often, but when people look you in the face and say something so crazy like that, it's like twisting real stats. Yeah, big deal. You got there was 6,000 homeless. You got 2,000 in, but now there's 10,000 homeless. You did nothing to solve the homeless problem. The homeless problem is worse now than it was last year. I don't care if you housed half of them. I don't care if you housed 10,000 of them, if 40,000 came in. It's just remarkable how he looks people in the face in the camera and says that.
He has no shame.
God, he has no shame. And I don't think the guy's like, I don't know, he looks like a nice guy, but my God, what the hell? Anyhow, I got to take a break, and I promise we're going to have the experts on. I got lines full now. And just hang tight. You know what? I wish, can we try to get someone, Dragon, does he ever come on with Brown or anybody? Does this Mayor Mike ever come on with anybody?
No, of course not.
He doesn't. He won't come on. But you guys have reached out.
Brown doesn't typically take many guests, but I know Ross has and I know Mandy have, and and especially with Polis, he ain't talking to anybody.
You know what? It's a shame these guys suck so bad. It's a shame for you voters out there. Shame on you that voted for him.
Hey, Broncos country, it's Terrell Davis.
Okay, let's see here. Lazera. Gravina. Gravina Windows and Sidings. Oh man, I love Nick down there. You realize his father, Larry Gravina, started working for his father 1972. That was the year I was born. It's crazy. More than 100,000 successful projects. I mean, here's a company that's been around and proved themselves. What I love about Nick when he's in studio, you know, sometimes you talk to somebody about their job or their industry. I don't care what it is, and they simply, you can tell they don't like it. They do what they need to do. It's a paycheck. This guy lives and breathes Windows, and I'm not kidding. They have so many different lines, over 50 lines of Windows, and they have something for everybody of any budget. And they're just great. They have super high efficiency stuff, and they have the right price point. Give them a call. In fact, they got a deal right now. They'll give you $200 off per window if you mention the show. But GravinaWindows.com, GravinaWindows.com. You know, Hootie the Owl, GravinaWindows.com. Now, let's talk about Joseph A. Lazera. If you find yourself in trouble, maybe a DUI, maybe you were coming home from New Year's or a Christmas party, find yourself in a mess, and that can be a real mess. You need someone that can fight for you. Maybe you're guilty. You need someone that can get the best deal for you. That's Joseph A. Lazera, and I'll tell you why. He knows the DAs. He knows everybody out there. He knows the judges, all the counties around here. He's very well respected. He can cut you the best deal if you're guilty. If you're not guilty, he can get in front of a jury of your peers and prove to them you're not guilty and get you off. He's one of the best attorneys I have met when it comes to criminal defense, shoplifting, assault, DUI, domestic violence, murder, you name it, he handles it. 303-429-6200. Free consultation. Please put this number in your phone. When you need it, you need it. 303-429-6200. Put Joe Lazera next to it. 303-429-6200. Oh, is that Gaddy? That's not Daddy Electric. That's Gaddy.
Gaddy Electric. I was.
That's funny.
And then Mark, Bob Logan said, he said, I could have my electrical manager call her to get more info. Hopefully we can help her. Will you send me your information? So I don't know how you wanted to.
So they just, really, I'm clarifying, do they work on septic systems? The electrical pump part and the septic system itself? Not digging and putting in a new one, an existing one. Well, they might even put in new ones.
Oh.
Well, they own an excavation. They own all their own excavation equipment. I don't know why they wouldn't do systems, but I'm not a plumbing company, so. I guess you would have to have an engineer to design everything, so they probably don't have that. Doesn't that drive you nuts about the mayor, though?
No, it doesn't drive me nuts, because what else do you expect? I mean, when was the last time we had a common public official who was really on the side of the people, who was concerned about the quality of life here?
Nobody.
They're just pursuing their own political agenda to advance. And by the way, he never responded. I sent his staff 3 emails a few weeks ago when we had the homeless guy who lived in our RV and we got towed away to a city he doesn't know. Zip. All I said is, dude, we just can't get access to the computers. I said, I'll do it. I'll put on a
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show.
Not a peep from the mayor's office who ran on the platform of being the champion of the bums.
The champion of the bums.
That was his platform. What else was it? Do you remember anything else he talked about?
Nothing.
Not a
Okay.
Nothing.
Bob Logan says, we do not, I said to clarify, you guys do repair septic pumps. Says we do not do septic pumps. However, if it's the electricity going to the pump, we can maybe able to take care of it.
Got it. And Gaddy will be able to talk about that.
Okay.
What a shitty business.
What's that? Oh, yeah, I know. What a crappy problem. That's like a nightmare to me. Your septic backs up. It's like a nightmare. I probably have ours pumped more often than ever needed by any stretch.
It's about
Couple, hon?
$400 every 5 years.
Yeah, it's like every 4 or 5 years.
Annually, just because of all this.
Now with
Not even
kids
close.
gone, I don't even know if we have to do it that often.
Not even close, man. Ours is huge. You'd be nuts to.
Yeah.
What's huge?
20,000 gallons?
I have no idea.
Oh. I don't know. I mean,
they built it for 5 bath, 6,500 square foot house. It's a big ass. And then if the original one overflows, there's a backup. Goes to a second one.
Oh.
We've never had any issue just pumping it. They inspect it each time. I had them suck out our pond one time. I talked to the driver. He did the septic, and when he was leaving, I said, I want fresh water in that pond, man, and I don't feel like getting my pump out. I said, suck that water out, and I slipped him a 20, and he walked over and just...
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
You know, I was talking to Dimitri over the break, and he actually emailed Mike's office. We're talking about the mayor of Denver. And it was kind of funny what you said, but tell everybody why you emailed him. First of all, here's a guy that wants to help the homeless, right? He ran on the platform of what?
I think that was exclusively his platform was to help all the homeless.
That's what he ran on.
I can't think of anything else he promised to do.
And we had a caller that what?
Yeah, do you remember about 3-4 weeks ago, a homeless guy who was living in a dilapidated RV got arrested by an authority he didn't know for reasons.
All the charges were dropped.
Everything was dropped. He had
the RV impounded.
He had the RV impounded. He gave up on ever getting it back. He couldn't afford it. But he had his tools in there. He had several $1,000s worth of tools that he uses to eke out a very modest living. And all we were trying to do is get access to the RVs just so he can retrieve his tools. I emailed Mike's office 3 times with that request. And I was willing to go do it myself. I'll put on a hazmat suit. I'll go into this RV. I'll get the tools and save them for the homeless guy. Yeah. And I did not hear a peep from Mayor Johnston's office.
Yeah, Johnston is just no good in my opinion.
Not even saying, it's against policy or, we don't have time.
No, nothing.
Just totally ignored it. And I made it clear, this is a homeless guy.
Yeah, that's the platform, too.
That's all he ran on.
So, and I think he's doing a good job on the platform because it's not even arguable. We have more homeless now than we ever had before.
Yeah,
so even under the old mayor, we have more homeless now than we've ever had before. I'm going to say it again, Mike, who just patted his own back because he put some in shelters or whatever he did. But the bottom,
he sent them to Aurora.
Yeah, he sent them to Aurora, according to Kaufman. Damn good point. The reason we have less is because now Aurora has them. And Kaufman, you know what? You should get on your own party's train, brother. You're on the wrong train. You're on such the wrong train. God, it's incredible. People just... I just don't. I couldn't get into politics. Here's the problem. I say what I'm thinking, and you just can't do that in politics. You got to be able to look at people and lie. Go, I'm helping the homeless situation. Even though there's more homeless now than ever before, I'm helping because I did this. What? How do you do that with a straight face? Honestly, and I was listening to Kyle Clark last night talk about it. Yeah, you know what? I couldn't believe it. Kyle didn't go into that part. I like his show. I don't agree with the damn thing he says for the most part.
You love to hate him, Mark.
I'd love to hate him, but I don't really hate him as a human. He's on a different side of philosophy as I am. But what it drives me crazy sometimes, like when it came to the lady that counts the votes, I forget her name. She gave out the passwords online to our voting machines.
Oh, Griswold,
she
the Secretary
sent out
of State.
ballots to people that are here illegally. She did so many things wrong. When he talked about that, he called her out on it. But when he was talking about Kaufman last night, I don't think he said, and I could be wrong, maybe he said in the past, and Kyle, feel free to say it tonight, but my God, there's more homeless walking the streets in Denver than ever before. So when we talk about Mike and letting him pat himself on the back, let's talk about the reality of it. There's more homeless walking around the streets in Denver than ever before. That's what Mike has done. Mike Johnston, mayor of Denver, that's what he's done. And let's tell it like it is. Let's not sugarcoat it. Hey, Mark with Gaddy Electric. Hey, Mark.
Used to be Gaddy.
Used to be. No, it's still Gaddy Electric,
I thought
right?
He sold, though. He doesn't own it anymore?
Hey, Mark, you don't own Gaddy anymore, do you?
That's correct.
And I got to say something, Mark. I loved it when you owned him. I don't like him now. No offense. I know it's your name. And that's what sucks. You sold your name, but honestly, I don't like him. But when you owned the company, you were my favorite electrician. You done a ton of work in my house. You guys wired my barn. Anyhow, but you retired. God, I wish good people would never retire. I mean, really, that's what I'm thinking. But Mark, you heard that call about Jen, who's got a problem with the septic. She just had her pumper company come out to, get rid of the poo and get rid of everything. And bottom line is, apparently there's a problem with the power going to the pump. And you called in and we called you back. What's going on?
Probably they need to really have an electrician out there because a lot of that gas eats that electrical up in those cords right in the tank. And they just probably need to replace the cord or that outlet that's in there. So they actually need an electrician more than they need anybody that pumps or a handyman or anything, Mark.
Hey, Mark, I guess I'm trying to think of I don't understand how my system works. I mean, as far as the electric and the pump on ours, where is that pump generally located? Is it in the house? Where is it generally located?
No, that pump's in the bottom of the septic tank.
Oh, God. So not only do you have to find an electrician, you've got to find an electrician that's going to hop down into your septic tank.
You can usually pull those out by, you don't have to actually get in. A lot of times there's a pipe in there that you can break free and bring it out. And
got it.
Force it down and replace the electrical. And sometimes,
back in the 90s.
Did you guys do, when you owned the company, did you guys end up doing stuff like that? Probably quite a bit, huh?
Yeah, we did. The guys didn't care for it much, but it's one of those that it was a service call, and we would go out and take care of it. Somebody had to do it.
Excellent. Who would you suggest Denver metro area? Hold on a second. Hold on. Hey, Jen, I'm assuming you're Denver metro. Oh, no, she's Conifer.
Yeah.
She's Conifer.
She's in Conifer, Mark.
In the Denver area, Mark.
Yeah. Who would you think?
I don't know anybody up in that Denver area.
Oh.
But I just thought to just give you a heads up. Because that could be a problem if that starts to fill back up before they get an electrician out there.
Yeah, it could get worse. Hey, Mark, I really do appreciate that, and I agree she needs an electrician, no doubt. And by the way, hey, Mark, really, how's retirement real quick, man?
Well, I'm doing real well. Got some medical problems that's coming along real well with me, but at the same time, I'm trying to find my new normal. I was so busy with work and everything, it's been kind of hard to find in my new normal here.
Yeah, I know. When my dad basically hung it up, he was going to go fishing every day, and he had all these plans. And, after 2 or 3 months, he was bored off his ass and he got into real estate. I mean, isn't that crazy? Selling in his community, he was so bored. But anyhow, Mark, I really appreciate it. And stay in touch. I still got your cell phone. You got mine, man. If you ever need anything personally, let me know. 303-713-8255. Jen, here's the bottom line. Plumbline can definitely do that if it's the electrical problem. And I agree with what Mark's saying. It probably is. So Plumbline Services, they do go to your area.
Excellent. I'll give him a call.
Yeah, let me know how that turns out. I didn't realize, what I don't get, I'm hoping they don't have to go to the pump itself. I don't know. There's no way a pump like that, guys, would be a 220. That would be nuts, right? I was thinking if one leg went out, but I don't think that would be the case. But give Plumbline a call straight up, okay?
Thank you.
Hey, thanks for holding so long, too, Jen. 303-713-8255. Norma's got a problem with her daughter's eviction. And then Monica, I got John Fuller up. She's got a problem with her neighbor. John, please hold. I've got to ask you these questions. And it's just the craziest thing. But if anybody has heard about an insurance company not being able to subrogate because of an HOA document, I want to know from you, John. Hold on.
Does anybody want anything from the break room?
I'm good.
Water, coffee, Starbucks?
Zero res.
Oh, she got Brad O'Brien, too, so you can powwow.
Oh, excellent.
Oh, good.
ZeroResDenver.com. You know what they use? High alkaline, super soft, purified water. By the way, that's one of the best cleaning agents in nature. Period. End of story. They call it ZR water. They have been cleaning homes and carpets and granite and mattresses and upholstery in the Denver metro area for a very long time. We had them out to the house a while back. They did such a great job. Have you ever had a carpet cleaner come out and then 3 days later you get that wicking and all of a sudden some of those spots that appeared to be gone are not there? Well, that means they simply didn't clean it right. They didn't get rid of all that residue, where they use emulsifiers and all kinds of stuff they probably shouldn't have. And in other words, they trick you. It looks good when you pay them. 3 days later, it doesn't. Not with ZeroResDenver.com. These guys have a unique process. They scrub it correctly. They use the empowered water, and it just removes more dirt, more dust, more dander. They're the best. You ready? ZeroResDenver.com. ZeroResDenver.com. By the way, right now, $33. Gosh, dang it, that's cheap. $33 per room for your first 3 rooms. Only $33. Everything's safe for kids and pets. 303-471-5150. The company's gone. Everybody's left after Christmas. Get those carpets cleaned. $33 a room. 303-471-5150.
Hey, babe, I saw, I know you did a K&H, but I wasn't sure if that was a house or a book spot.
It was a book spot.
Okay, I see.
Where am I at here? Tuesday.
Yeah, Renew, K&H, and 2888s.
I'm going to do a K&H. I'm going to do a long one.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Scott, I do juicing since September. I love it. Oh my gosh.
You mean what?
Juicing. You know, like making your own juice.
Oh, yeah, right.
Juicer thing. Oh my gosh, I love that so much.
I call it the sugar diet.
Oh, whatever.
What kind of juices do you make?
Just usually like grapefruit, lemon, apple, celery. Like I mix all that up.
So when I used to do that, when I had a juicer, I loved carrot juice.
I love carrot juice.
It was the most delicious stuff.
I love carrot juice, Dimitri. Oh my gosh, it's the best.
Yeah.
It's been great for my skin.
The other thing that was wonderful was watermelon juice.
Juicing watermelon?
Oh my God.
Did you do the rind and everything?
No, just the pink stuff.
Really? You can almost just smush that and make a juice.
Yeah.
I love watermelon juice.
Oh God, it's so delicious.
You put it through your juicer, right?
What's that?
You put it through your juicer, right?
Oh yeah.
You know what? I love beet juice.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
I love beets.
I don't mind eating beets.
I love eating beets. I drink it.
Yeah, I used to eat beets all the time. I never thought of juicing them. That sounds delicious. You know, when I lived in Russia, we used to drink birch tree juice.
Was it good?
Oh my God.
Birch tree? I bet you can't. Maybe you can find that at Whole Foods.
No.
Right.
We just don't have the birch trees around here. But they would, it was derived just like sap.
Really?
In Michigan. They would, put a pipe in the tree and this juice would flow out. Just, filter the bugs out of it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so delicious.
Yep. Carrot juice is bomb.
Carrot juice rocks.
I almost bought some at Sam's Club. And I'm like, do I want to buy some or do I want to buy carrots? Because they're a little harder to juice.
Yeah, but I tried the bottled carrot juice. It tasted nothing. It tasted nothing like actual carrot, freshly juiced carrot juice. Like it was the same color, but that's the only thing it had in common. So that was my favorite thing ever. That was great stuff. I used to put whipped cream on top of it.
Really? On carrot juice? Wow. That's crazy. I would have never thought to put whipped cream on carrot juice.
And it looks really nice, too.
Yeah. Oh, I bet. Yeah.
It looked awesome. Like
it's
carrot juice.
like a liquid potato, sweet potato pie or something.
Yeah. That's right. But it was a delicious combination.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going to do K&H. And then we'll have Fuller and Brad O'Brien on to powwow on this neighbor thing. Her daughter's going to Mexico on Thursday. I always get a little apprehensive about her traveling out of country.
Trusted local fiduciary advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
All right, 303-713-8255. Someone had to correct me on this. Listen to this. Mark, you said in the K&H commercial that they were 65 years old. Well, I did some research, and you're absolutely right, emailer, Sam. They're 68. Yeah, K&H Windows Indoors has been in business for 68 years. They opened in 1956. That's pretty amazing. In fact, I want to say Henry. I can't think of his last name. Henry started it in 1956. And then, of course, Ted Rowland, who's Suzanne and I.
I love Ted Rowland.
I love Ted. He's got like 500 jumps, too. He's a skydiver. Just a very interesting guy, but he retired, and then Lee Diamond took over, and they just do a bang-up job. Think about that. A company been around that long, and the windows are Alpen, A-L-P-E-N, and those are the windows made right here in Colorado, Mr. Emailer. So simple as that. Check them out, khwindows.com. That's the easiest way. I think that's exactly where I found out how long, khwindows.com. Now, I've got two attorneys up, and I'm trying to think who I want to go to first. So, John, do me a favor and just hang real tight, because I want to go to Brad O'Brien just on a quick HOA issue. Then I want to talk about liability with John. Two different things, because I know Brad won't get into the liability. Hey, Brad, this one's pretty simple, or I'm going to make it simple. So Monica is in an HOA. She's in a condo, okay? And what happened is she was remodeling her house, the lady on top of her, and I have no idea what happened, nor does she, but she had flood damage. And she had ended up doing two different claims over a period of time. And the woman who lived above her would not share insurance information, basically told her to pound sand, wouldn't do anything. So she turns it into her own insurance company. Her own insurance company, according to Monica, who I'm going to bring up if you have any questions for her, Brad, her own insurance company basically says this and sends her a letter. And what did the letter say, Monica? Just say what it said again.
Sure. It basically said that we are denying liability of our client. And the reasoning is, and I can read it to you because I have it right here.
Yeah, read this.
During our investigation, we found that the governing documents contain a waiver of subrogation precluding recovery against our insured. And so that's why they denied the claim.
So, Brad, first of all, have you ever heard this before? I don't understand how one insurance company going after another insurance company for subrogation would be affected by an HOA document, but it sounds like it could very well happen.
Wait, this is a response from the insurance company of the upstairs neighbor who caused the water damage?
Yes.
Okay, so not her own insurance company.
Yeah, the one upstairs. So, in other words, her insurance company paid for everything, and then they apparently tried to subrogate the claim, went after the other one, and then here's another part I don't understand. Monica receives that letter from that insurance company. At that point, I would assume that during subrogation, it's two insurance companies dealing with each other, right?
Yeah. Without getting into the subrogation stuff just yet, I would have to say that primarily this is a dispute between the two unit owners. The upstairs unit owner is going to be liable for the property damage caused by flooding to the downstairs unit owner. And those are the parties to a lawsuit, if there's going to be a lawsuit.
Well, I think there is going to be, but have you ever heard of an HOA document that's going to have any say in the matter when it comes to subrogation?
Off the top of my head, I can't recall that subrogation is typically in a declaration of an HOA. But it could be. There's nothing. I don't think there's anything prohibiting it.
Well, okay, then why wouldn't we all just have a subrogation clause in everything?
Well, subrogation clauses are in a lot of contracts. They basically say that if something is covered by insurance, then you can't go after the hold on. You can't go after the individual. You can't go after the other party's insurance company.
It's just so different in an auto accident. And I'm going to talk to John Fuller afterwards, but I can't imagine in an auto accident having a policy where you agree not to subrogate. So you pay a $2,000 deductible or a $5,000 deductible, whatever it is, you get the money for your Mercedes or whatever you're driving. And all of a sudden your insurance company can't go after the other person's insurance company. And you're the one left holding the bag on everything.
Yeah, well, keep in mind, this is not the caller's own insurance company. This is the other party's insurance company, who is not a party to the property damage.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is if she hired an attorney, let's say she hired you, and she goes after this lady personally above. Now this lady's got to defend a lawsuit. I would assume that the insurance company would have to step up and try to defend her. Now, they might use that HOA document as some kind of defense, but they're still going to probably have to get up there and defend her, right?
Well, that's kind of irrelevant to the caller, because insurance companies in property damage claims are in the background. They're not the principal parties. Right? You don't sue the other party's insurance company. You don't typically...
No, what I'm saying is if Monica actually sued, I'm going to call her bitch. If she actually sued bitch and then bitch got served and had to go to court, and I'm not kidding around. I mean, this lady wouldn't give her any information or whatever. So now she's got a notice to appear, and she's got to appear if she does have insurance. I would assume she would call her insurance company and say, hey, you guys got to kick in my liability coverage because Monica is suing me and I just got served.
Yeah, and then that starts an insurance coverage review from the other party's insurance company to see if this leak or flood is covered under their insurance.
But you're saying part of the defense might be, and I know you haven't read any of these, but part of the defense, if we go down that road and there is a lawsuit and there is a day in court and everybody shows up and attorneys are talking and all that good stuff, you're saying you think it would be possible that in that HOA document, there would be a reason why, because Monica got paid by her own insurance company, that they could not subrogate. In other words, the HOA doctrine could actually spell out, no, you can't, your insurance company can't go after the other one.
Yeah, I can't speak to that because typically waiver of subrogation is in a contract between two parties. And
not two insurance companies.
Right, yeah. Right.
Yeah, that's where I keep going back to. I don't know how this outside document, this outside HOA document stops, for example, only Allstate subrogating against Safeco. I just don't understand how that would work.
That's what I'm getting to. A declaration is between the HOA and its members. And sort of sometimes tangentially it has an effect between co-members, but I'm just not familiar with any kind having ever seen a waiver of subrogation in a declaration that would apply between two different unit owners.
God,
I think I can see how it would apply between an HOA and each individual member, that relationship.
Yeah, of course. In other words, if there was damage, somehow because of the roof or a common area or something, you can't subrogate against the HOA, and you agree to that living in that HOA.
Yeah. So upstairs neighbor and downstairs neighbor, I just can't. I think it does sound weird that a declaration would have a subrogation waiver between those two different units.
I think they wrote it to her as simply an out saying, hey, we're not going to pay. I don't even know if they dealt with the other company. She might, well, no, they're pointing out the HOA stuff. It's crazy.
But it's quite common for the other party's insurance company to say no and deny it because that's their standard practice.
Well, because ultimately, and I got to put you on hold. By the way, Brad O'Brien, anything to do with property, and that's why we have him on right now, anything to do with property, to look over a lease, to create a lease, you name it, this guy does it. He's our expert. I'm just running out of time, Brad. But 720-370-7388, that's Brad O'Brien. And John Fuller, really quick, I don't know if you've been listening to this, but John, here's the other question I have for you. She got canceled, and Brad, keep listening for a second. Her insurance canceled her because she had multiple claims, and all the multiple claims were due to the lady upstairs not giving the insurance information. So she got canceled on her homeowner's policy or her condo policy. Could she possibly go after that woman for that kind of damage? Meaning the reason she can't get insured right now is because of her. Forget about the dollar amount. Let's pretend the new insurance is $5,000 more. Could she go after that lady for $5,000, in your opinion?
Well, probably not. But here's the thing, Mark. I mean, listen, you're asking Brad to just, guess on what these documents say.
Yeah.
The answer to your question is in these documents, okay? I don't know if the mistake that this lady made was using her own insurance company, and perhaps the HOA documents keep, we don't want to end up having a leak that ends up in 7 different lawsuits being filed between the super upstairs person to the one below them, to the one below them, to the one below them. I mean, I could see why they would say, to each his own, let's not allow these insurance companies to go declare war on each other because it's just going to be a mess. But so that makes
John, listen, John, you fill in for us so you know why I'm doing this. I am up against it. If I can get you on in the morning, and same with you, Monica. In the meantime, I got to take this break. Brad O'Brien, I thank you. And then Kelly, please get Monica's information. I want her to send over the denial letter, the HOA stuff, please. Will I have any time coming back or no?
Yeah, Brad didn't shed too much light on that.
And Kelly, let's make sure we get that other caller with the problem with her daughter for the morning. There's no way I can take it. Unless it's a 6-second problem.
He did say something very interesting in passing, which is it would be extremely unusual for HOA documents to dictate that
Right.
two tenants are prohibited from subrogating.
Right.
I think that insurance company is intentionally misinterpreting the anti-subrogation clause.
Discount Bath, I love these guys. You know what? Because it's a contractor with the word discount in their name. They've been out to our house. They're great if you want to just redo the shower. Maybe you have an old tub and you want to create a walk-in, no-threshold shower. Or maybe you want to expand the closet. Pretty much anything you want to do in the bathroom, that is what Discount Bath.com does. They're great people. I've met the owner numerous times. His crew that came out is absolutely wonderful. Quality remodels at a discount price. That's basically the entire thing that makes up the company. Good people, lifetime warranty on a lot of their stuff, like their solid shower wall system and a lot more. DiscountBath.com. Give them a call. They'll come out. They'll talk to you about different options. They'll give you a transparent price right there. DiscountBath.com. I did that on purpose. I've got fired that second one off. I have them in studio all day tomorrow. Oh, the liberal haters are coming out.
Because of your chit chat on the mayor?
Oh, Kim says.
Kim from Boulder?
How long? Nice. Before the music. Okay. I'm going to get Doc's info out. Hey, Mark, when you stop your political rant, I'll turn you back on.
Oh,
I think that the GLP-1 is making you angrier than usual. Kim.
What? Was that Kim from Boulder? Or
Yeah, Kim from Boulder, of course. Where else would it be?
Oh, my God. Wow.
Oh, I'll get them. I'll get so many of them. It's crazy.
I think you've been pretty mild-mannered, actually. It's amazing someone would say, oh, you're more fired up than usual.
God, they didn't hear me pre-election then.
No, they didn't. I did. All the time.
So tomorrow we're going to start off with, we're going to get Monica back up in the morning, Kelly, and Norma. I definitely want to help Norma with that eviction.
Hopefully she's not out on her ass tonight. Joel, thanks for that referral on the heart scan. I have it set up for February 8th. The heart scan? Yeah. Yeah.
I never actually used that company, but
okay.
I saw them advertise it. Well, that's different. Boone is for the echocardiogram.
Oh,
you're talking about life scan, or yeah. Let me know how it goes.
Oh, I can't believe I got to go to the dentist for 2+ hours. Yes.
Technical thing, so I'm sure what they do is fine.
Okay.
I had life scan about 9 months ago.
What was it?
You've done
You
that?
did?
Yeah. It was super quick, super easy.
Yeah.
They just scan your carotid through the
my legs, my legs and my neck.
Really?
And my abdomen. I think they hit me in my abdomen.
Yeah, and they want to look.
Were you all healthy, fine? Mine,
Yeah, I was all greens.
Okay.
You get a report a couple of weeks later.
Okay.
And it shows a picture of you and where they scanned. And
we're
red, yellow, or green. How's that green? So I can keep eating fat.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sniffing 50, so I'm trying to
Oh, it's a really good.
Get on
it
top
was
of this
really
stuff.
reasonably priced. I think it was only $160.
That's what ours is, $160.
That's a good deal.
Don't they try to just start selling you stuff, though?
Now they're going to try to send me down many health bunny holes. That's what's going to happen here. I just know it.
I know they will.
Yeah, but they don't benefit from that.
No, but the medical industry will. It's going to piss Mark off.
He's like, what? Now you're buying this and this and that.
No, we're not.
I didn't get any advocacy.
If June has thrown her hat into the ring to be the next chair of the Colorado GOP, she joins me along with Stephen L. Miller, host of the Versus Media podcast, making his 2025 debut on the program with his acerbic take on current events. Tuesday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Renew Home Innovations, I got to tell you about them real quick. Huge inventory, allows for rapid installations. They can come out and redo that bathroom very quickly. They have great pricing. Check them out at renewhomeinnovations.com. Renewhomeinnovations.com. I want to thank Dr. Joel Cherdak. He's been in. He's the owner of DenverRegen.com. I've been on that diet drug now for 6 days. It's absolutely, to me, it's like a miracle. It's absolutely crazy. And I want people to reach out to him with any questions. DenverRegen.com is the easiest way, or 720-583-1648. You'll answer any questions for people, right?
Yep. Well, if they put in a request online, we'll get back to them the same day and answer all their questions.
Go to DenverRegen.com. Fill it out. Just talk. I mean, it's working great. I'll keep everybody abreast of it.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. This is Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Frank Duran, the real estate man with RE/MAX Alliance. He is a certified negotiation expert, and he knows how to aggressively market your home.
With our specialized marketing knowledge, we aggressively implement the most advanced, innovative, and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere.
For all things real estate, do not hesitate to call 303-920-1622 or get tips online at frankduran.therealestateman.com.
Facing a job loss? Considering a pension buyout, a severance package, or what to do with your 401k? Hi, I'm Linda Gardner, host of Your Money, Your Retirement, and I can help. 720-488-8604. That's 720-488-8604.
Best New Year celebration sale ever from ZeroResDenver.com. Clean 2 rooms. They'll do 2 rooms free and $75 off duct cleaning. Put the 2024 dirt behind you. 303-471-5150. 471-5150.
The average time a resume spends on an HR manager's desk is 7 seconds, and most of them are tossed aside. Now imagine if one of those resumes belonged to Yasmin, who was
living in a shelter, juggling 3 jobs. I had to be resilient. That's something that you can't teach.
We rely so much on a resume, yet it could never tell the full story of someone who
Had to be independent and take initiative. And that's how I handle every project I get.
Discover new ways to develop great talent at gradsoflife.org. Brought to you by Grads of Life and the Ad Council.